someone's definition of a hierarchy and ran with it. I always doubted it since I was a small child. It just seemed too extreme. They knew too much about rules and dominance and damnation
To clarify, just before we get too deep and far away from the
okay.
question that I asked,
Okay, sure.
I had asked you if you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. You said that you believe in something, that it was not just a male aspect, but a male, female,
Yeah,
mother, father kind of thing.
I
Right.
feel that we have to balance our
So
actions, manage
why do
manage
you
our
believe in?
character.
I'm sorry, I'm not listening because you're not even waiting for the question. So if you're saying that you believe in some higher power or thing that is male and female aspects, um, what is it that you're saying you actually believe in? Is it a creator being? Is it like an answer of prayers? Is it some kind of moral provider?
No, it's me. It's all in me. It's all inside. It's been sought. It's been found. It's been nurtured. It's been fed over the years.
It's been sought,
Working
it's
on
been
being
found, it's been nurtured, it's been fed. What is it?
the feeling of divinity, the feeling of being
What
one
is
with
divinity?
the divinity is anything on a righteous level, um, things versus being on a level of evil or wickedness. And the thing is, you have to have
What is
the
righteous?
yin. Righteous is anything that's grand, that's good, that's adding on, that creates positivity, that creates
Positivity.
that creates a positive vibe, versus a negative
What
vibe.
is a vibe?
Vibe is what you project. What comes from you. It comes from your mouth. It comes from your mind. It comes from your walk. It comes from how you move. That comes from within
Mannerisms?
inside of
Are
you.
you talking about mannerisms? And
Yes, that also. Yeah, that's also governed within
so your
that whole.
mannerisms are your vibe, and your vibe is, I'm sorry, how
No,
did you
go
get to
ahead.
vibe? It was something
Well,
from, oh, go ahead.
vibe is what you feel. Vibrations.
So what you
Vibrations.
feel. So a feeling
Yes.
is a vibration, and a vibration is how you act. And you act
To that.
how
To
you
that
feel.
vibration.
And it doesn't matter
Yes.
what you look like while you're doing what you do. It's what you're doing when you look like you do.
Yeah. I mean, and as long as you're being governed by a positive energy, a force of building, adding, of love, of unity. You can unite. I told my son I can be in a room full of devils and feel fine because I know I'm not one.
Hmm.
If and the thing
Interesting
is,
analogy. Um,
I stand on because he's always saying you got
Paris,
to be careful.
Paris.
Yes,
So
I'm
you're
sorry,
just
I'm
kind of
getting off
telling us
topic.
stories.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to get into that. Well, I always have a story to back up a thought. So that's okay. But yeah, so that's my take on it. I think we all are beings looking for a way, looking for a better way. And we all want to feel like we're going in the right direction.
Hey,
You know,
Paris, what
sure.
does it mean to question your beliefs?
To question means to say, maybe what I learned wasn't all true or real. To question, yeah, to say maybe there was a different, maybe it didn't happen that way. Maybe the person who's told the story told it in their version to create a narrative. To question means I know I heard it, I said yes to it, but years later, now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense. That's, to me, that's what questioning the beliefs, means to me. I know I went to Bible study every Sunday. I went to church every Sunday. I had people read the Bible. I didn't have to read the Bible. I had people read the Bible to me
Paris.
because they were
So
more willing. Oh, yeah, here we go in the story.
Just to clarify. So questioning your beliefs, you think that means to kind of consider that it might be another way to look at alternatives and to question the 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 conclusions that you come to. So
Or even the
in what way?
source.
Okay, and in what way do you question your conclusion that there is a sort of higher power, male, female thing inside of you?
Yeah, the essence of feeling a complete or seeking a balance, knowledge of knowing that there is a evil and wicked in everything and everyone. I think everyone's capable of being good and they're capable of being bad. But it's the person who seeks the balance through the Christ, to me, in my thinking.
What Christ?
The Christ is part of metaphysical. It's a level of consciousness.
What is Christ?
Christ is a level of consciousness. Christ is not a person. Christ is not a deity. Christ is not. It's none of that. Christ
What is Christ? What does it mean?
Christ is a state of being, and it has definition. Christ has definition. Being within it or to seek it means that you want to be in it.
What does that
you want
mean?
to be.
Christ has definition. What is the definition of Christ?
Christ means a higher level of consciousness, meaning that you see life on a certain level of
What if it means?
divinity.
What if it means something else?
To my knowledge and thinking of what I've studied over the years, I don't think it's the purest, most common denominator of our being.
What do you mean?
We have uncertainties.
What do
and
you
we
mean
have
purest, most common denominator of our being? I'm not sure what you're talking about still. What are you even saying?
When you're born, you're born into you know nothing, you see nothing, you just know, you just don't, you're just there. We are still the same way. We're still babies. When we come into our conscious knowledge and know that we don't know, there are things that we will not ever know or understand.
I'm not even sure that I disagree with you on that, but what was the question that I just asked you?
Yeah, we should all seek a balance of a higher consciousness.
What was the question I asked?
The question you asked was, we asked a couple questions.
Mm-hmm. So Paris.
But can you question? It's a can you? But you're in your forum. It says, can you question your beliefs?
That's what we're saying.
Right. I mean, I can question them, but I highly doubt it because it's so rare And usually the rarest form of understanding is probably the most misunderstood.
Does that
And
mean
that's
that it's
just,
true though? Does that mean that it's true if it's rare?
well, it's like this. Like the saying is, you shoot, you shoot for the moon, but if you don't, but you miss, you at least
Wouldn't
fall amongst the stars. At least you'll be close.
Paris
And I look at it like this.
Paris, if your belief is like a million other people's, and somebody else has a belief that's not like anybody
Different.
else's, wouldn't theirs be rarer, more rare? And does the rarity of it somehow imply that it is true?
Well, I think that if you've got 10 people in a room and they all believe in one thing, and then all of a sudden someone else comes into the room and says, you know what, you all are a bunch of fools, you need to stop that, you're going in the wrong direction, blah, blah, blah. And if no one takes the thought to even challenge what this man might be thinking or saying, and you just go on your own. Oh yeah, we know what we're doing, we're all here together, we've all learned this together, so we're not going to worry about what that one man is coming in the room and telling us.
Okay,
But then
Paris.
next thing you know, something
Um,
happens.
Hang on a second.
uh,
Bats, did you have any questions for Paris?
I had a few, but I don't know if they're on topic. As far as like the current conversation, I was wondering, like, because you speak a lot about like the supreme feminine and masculine. Um, isn't that just a social construct?
aren't we all social beings? Isn't that all part of our construct?
But you believe that
Why are
there's,
you evading?
yeah, I'm not sure where that answers the question.
Well, we're all social beings. We all have a chemistry that ties in with the universe and one another. All of us have that. There's not one of us here that doesn't have that ingredient in our
How
construct.
how do you know that?
Through years of reading, study, research, and listening to other people who are smarter than me talk, through years of reference, cross-referencing, reading into other books, reading into books that people read and say, hey, you know what, you need to read this, and I do. And I say, okay, well, this right here is good knowledge to have, and it gets stored, so you keep it, you know. And
Wait,
sometimes just common knowledge of being balanced. You want to be balanced, and that should be the normalcy of most people. If you seek a balance, you will find that there's both sides, but you have to
You don't
know
need to
which
speak for
side to
this.
be on. I'm
wait.
sorry.
Um, when you read these books with great knowledge in them, and you hear these people talk with great knowledge, do you accept because they are smart that they have all the answers?
No, actually, the answer comes from me. I hear the material. I take in the material. I might go and do some study of my own on what was said. And pretty much an intelligent mind wrote the book, wrote all the books, intelligent minds. And if you go into our physicality, you'll find out all of our brains are the same. Our mind capacity is not different from one person to the next. It's just basically where you're at in life and what you decide to take on.
You
You
think
know,
everybody's brain has the capacity to understand this?
yes, because we're all created the same. We're all created with the same ingredients. We
Even
might have a little bit less from one varied from one person to the next, maybe a little bit less here, a little bit more there. But yes, we are all basically commonly made the same.
so then, What about people who can't imagine a god or a higher power, or people who have disabilities, or people whose brains aren't fully developed, or even people who have a disorder where they can't imagine things? How are they to
Hmm.
understand this knowledge um if what you're saying
Well,
doesn't make sense to them?
yeah, that's true. No, everyone's not going to be on the same plane, same level. We have people that come through the womb that are sick. That have less chromosomes than the other. Beings being born. There's always kind of an imbalance when being born. That's why we have. Don't force things. Just kind of take things a day at a time and learn to love one another, even be tolerant to each other's differences. Because I expect for the world to be different. I expect for people not to have the same belief system, not think alike, and not know everything alike. I expect that. No one is going to know everything the same. But I think it is our duty to at least share the information that we come across, because it could be the difference of a person
Paris,
following the same thing and maybe going into
Paris,
researching something new. you know
Paris.
yes.
Respectfully, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, only people whose ears are in tune will understand.
I see.
And
So
I'm sorry to say that. I mean, no disrespect to
so
you.
you are being disrespectful. So you're not actually here to question your beliefs. You're just here to kind of preach at us and not really listen. So we're done, and we'll move on to somebody who might be able to question. I don't know. We'll see.
After I already asked him to stop preaching at us.
It's a very layered sandwich. Apparently, he wants to share the sandwich with everybody, and if we don't see a sandwich, what? I don't get it. For someone who thinks that there's supposed to be a balance, there's definite imbalance there.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. We'll see if this guest is a ghost. They've been a ghost before. I assume they're a ghost again. And then we'll go on to this one.
Alright, what's up, fam? So the prompt is asking me about my belief.
Nope. You don't just jump on a panel, start talking. You wait until you're introduced. So, Dolph, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
March 2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
I believe in the God Almighty,
Which God Almighty is that?
the one God Almighty,
Which one God Almighty is that, Dolphin?
Jesus Lord.
I see, so the one from the Bible. Have you read the Bible from beginning to end, Dolphin?
Yes, I have Thrayle.
And when you read it from beginning to end, did you believe all the stories that you read to be true and literal?
No.
Oh, I see. So are some of the stories metaphors, or any of them incorrect?
You could say so, Thrayle.
Okay.
Could you not?
No,
Dolphin, we're all adults here, please.
he's
I
just
thought we were
not
all
going
adults.
to.
If you have a belief in gods or higher, we would encourage you to request up. If you don't have the ability to be respectful, maybe just stay in the comments until you're ready. Maybe age a little bit, read a little bit.
Yeah.
And
He'll
this is
wait
not a
till
debate
he's
space.
grown.
Yeah, he's not. Also, this is not a debate space, Dolphin. Please just pay attention, read the room. Maybe listen to a few guests before you request up so you know how it's done.
Come back when you're 25.
I think it's around 26 when the frontal cortex develops, I think, right?
Sometime around then. But yeah. I'm wondering which part of "can you question your beliefs" seems like a debate prompt. How completely inept are you to think that a question like that poses a position positive claim?
I haven't had to interact with a person who is 18 years old in a long time, and they're shitheads.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely didn't know everything at 18. And though I thought I did, for some odd reason, 18-year-olds believe they think they know everything.
18 is a kid, Keisha. The crow agrees. See,
I don't think the crow is real. I've had this like conspiracy theory for a long time.
you think I'm pushing buttons?
I think you're pushing a button.
I'm definitely not pushing buttons with the crows. I have
How
buttons
is
for
it the
crows. I'll let you hear the button push crows. Hang on, I gotta pull it up. It'll
I
be in
want a
the
button
music.
of Frosty the Snowman saying happy birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Crows and frogs. A lovely sound.
Did you hear that?
No.
That sounded like a pig.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that sounds like
You heard the real
that sounds
one in
like
the
a crow.
background, though.
It could be the same thing.
Here's a swarm. I think I can
That
do
one's a
all
little
this.
different.
No, can't do that one. But I can also do parrot or
That's a dog.
mm-hmm. How about
What else you
this?
got? It's really quiet. I couldn't hear it.
I know.
It's like rustling.
It's bat wings.
Oh, you have to, yeah,
Oh,
bat one. Yeah, that's a good bat. You need to have a bat one, yeah. It is the Batcolyte, after all, the place for questioning beliefs. Ooh, an owl.
We could literally do this all day.
Mm-hmm. Tav wishes crows were real.
bird. Oh, is it because birds aren't real, Tad?
Well, luckily,
Go.
bats aren't birds, so we're very real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
You're not gonna put me in a jar, you cat.
Yourself. No, but
Can question their beliefs. That's something believable.
oh
Yes.
yeah, I have a belief you can question. Hold on.
Oh dear.
Joe just reminded me I did do this earlier, actually.
Hey, Blake.
It was way too cold to go do the outdoor activity that I was going to do, so that's not happening.
Understandable. It's pretty cold here, too.
I just checked. It's 45 where I'm at. It's supposed to get down to the 30s later, so dress warmly, everyone.
And if you're warm in your belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, warm enough that you can stand the chill of a few questions, well then go ahead and request on up.
I'm not gonna tell you what the weather's like here.
I love the transition. They're perfect. Chill of a few questions. That'd be a good poem.
The chill of questions. I haven't prompted a poem yet. That might be a good place to start.
If your beliefs won't freeze over in the antifreeze of questioning, please request up. We'd be curious about what beliefs keep you warm and comfortable at night.
No one's requested. 97 viewers, all tapping the screen. We're at 116,000. Is that right? I feel like we've been there for a while.
I'm sure we could get to 200,000 and get some more believers in here if people were to tap, hit that repost button. If you've already reposted, maybe unrepost, repost again, share it to your favorite believer. I'm sure you have a few in your DMs. You could, and I think there's other ways to stay informed about future lives. Is there not, Thrayle? Like the Discord link in bio and ways to donate.
Well, absolutely, there is that. The link tree in the bio takes you to the Discord and YouTube, also the Cash App and Venmo if you want to show your support that way. Those all exist. We've just opened the Dungeons and Dragons section. Not Dungeons and Dragons, is it? The
Good old D&D.
the Bat Caves and Bone Gods.
Or if D&D isn't your thing, it's always a chess game going on, or there's Wordle, or I enjoy the Scrabble.
Hey, A7, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It's 25, man.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, and I know I'm gonna get like a lot of shit for this when I say it. I'm a Sunni Muslim.
Sunni Muslim. Have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Yeah, I've read all the sources, yeah.
And you believe it to be true and the divine word of God?
Believe it into my heart to be yes.
Why?
I mean, just I was just born and raised, and I've seen like a lot of things. Even when I've like prayed on my mat, like when things haven't gone like right for me, and I've prayed for like a lot of things, like it's happened for me when I prayed. So, I mean, there's gonna be. I mean, faith is different than complete.
How often do you pray?
5 times a day.
You pray 5 times a day, and things happen when you pray. So do things always happen every time you pray?
No.
But sometimes when you pray, things happen.
Yeah.
why do you believe that that's God, not just chance?
But I believe there's a manifestation of like, good energy and bad energy. And if you
What is
manifest
energy?
matter,
Matter is energy. Are you sure?
yeah, matter can't be created or destroyed. It's an energy.
Wait, where does it say matter can't be created or destroyed? What is that?
It's a scientific law.
What scientific law is that?
The law of conservation of mass.
Are you sure?
Yes, law of conservation of mass states matter can't be created or destroyed. Yes.
It says that matter can't be created or destroyed. What does that have to do with energy?
It's a correlation.
So because matter can't be created or destroyed, what does that have to do with a God?
No, I'm saying if you put out good energy inside of yourself, like you put out asking energy, like I feel like you're gonna get something back at some point. I mean,
Asking energy.
I feel like just I don't feel like like anybody should be ostracized or combative for their faith or anything like that, as long as they're not hurting the person next to you, or if they're not
So,
chancing to put it next to you.
yeah, A7, I didn't ask you anything about that, and I'm not sure where you're going. I've been asking you, well, mostly just about the things you've said, energy having to do with positives and negatives. I was trying to figure out what energy is. You said it's matter, and then you said, due to the law of conservation of mass, that it can neither be created nor destroyed. And so I asked what that had to do with your belief in a God.
I don't really don't see the correlation of the question at all whatsoever. But I mean, I'll completely answer it for you.
You said, I'm sorry, how old did you say you were?
25.
What year were you
But
born?
I don't think that
What year were you
the age
born?
calculates as wisdom either.
Okay, what year were you born?
2000.
I don't believe you.
Yo, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hello, Lexia. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Not a fucking degenerate.
That didn't go very well for you, did it? That's fine, A7. Maybe you are that old, but you sure weren't acting that old.
And oh my gosh, this says very clearly on the screen, please be respectful. Insult in the house is the fastest way to get dropped, probably. Well, that and not being able to question your beliefs.
The disappointed mothers have arrived. That's funny. Or they're both back in queue.
Why don't we bring them both up and let them argue?
Do you think we should? That's just turning the show into what they want. It's not just if you can't beat them, join them. It's if you can't beat them, give them the keys. I don't know about that.
No, it's if you can't beat them, let them beat each other.
Yeah,
Battle Royale.
To the
Here's the thing.
unalivement.
The can't beat them part is the weirdest thing. It has nothing to do with beating. I have no interest in beating. I have no interest in debating, arguing. I have no interest. I have no interest in the squabble. Schrodinger, if you can't beat him, spectate. I mean,
what a very Schrodinger thing to say.
right? Hide and watch.
Sorry, I can't shove the Chaos Goblin away always. I do a really good job, but sometimes. Sorry, the Chaos Gremlin.
So we could let Lexia up, but he was already not respectful straight out of the gate.
Yeah, I think the other one we'll have better luck with, to be completely honest.
was awfully argumentative.
Well, yeah, but the first one didn't. The other Lexia didn't even give you his age.
And he had the other person in the background who was, unverified. Couldn't stop asking about the voice. Which one's going to be more fruitful of a conversation? Maybe if somebody with a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that is capable of questioning their beliefs, might request up. Maybe they'll be more fruitful a conversation to follow than the one that was too distracted by his background conversation to hear my questions, or the one who couldn't even answer his age. No takers on that. Okay. This is what you brought upon yourselves. I
think
did accept
Insomnia's
both.
onto something down there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you really accept both of them?
Mm-hmm. They don't exist. They are no more.
Young ones seem to be very impatient and want to be heard immediately. Don't seem to have any tolerance for questioning, I guess.
I
20.
just need you. Oh, sorry. I interrupted you. I just need you all to know that every time Thrayle says they do not exist, I am fighting, saying the limit does not exist. The limit does not exist, and I need you all to be really proud of me that this is the first time I've broken.
You just have Mean Girls playing in your head all the time, huh?
Yeah, I do. Danny DeVito, I love your work.
That's his internal monologue is just the movie on repeat.
But legit, that movie did make me fall in love with math, and it is why I have a math minor. So it's the same in every language. It's so beautiful.
I'm not sure if I've watched Mean Girls over. I think I have, but I don't remember it. I just lived it instead. Like, there was a lot of mean girls at church. Blonde hair, blue eyed girls. It was like very, very mean because I wasn't blonde hair and blue eyed. Like, is that the same thing? That's basically the plot. Like, the pink girls versus the alt girls.
It is a very good commentary on society, and I highly recommend that anybody watch it that has not watched it because it still holds up, at least in my opinion. That might be nostalgia goggles though, so let me know if you watch it and you're like, this is trash.
A lot of people have mentioned it. I'm sure it's a good movie. I just don't remember it.
If you remember why you believe in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, you can question that belief. Well, then go ahead and request on up. How was that?
I like that transition too. Segway's awesome today. I have a lot of beliefs, I guess, that I question. I only believe like half of them.
What's a belief that you question lately?
Oh dear. a lot of beliefs that I'm questioning currently aren't necessarily TikTok appropriate. They're more of a Discord conversation. I guess I question my beliefs in what is good for me and what's bad for me a lot. I question my beliefs in my ancestors.
What belief about your ancestors?
Well, there's a part of me that believes that there is an afterlife and that there are ancestors either watching over me or out for me. Because I've had a few situations where something was looking out for me, as it felt like something was looking out for me. And whether it was my subconscious or my ancestors, for some reason thinking it was my ancestors gives me comfort. Which is why I venerate them through tarot and divination, but that's a whole interesting side of me that's maybe you'll get to meet one day, I hope. Because they need to question a lot of their beliefs. Oh my gosh.
As an atheist with an ofrenda, I feel that. So
Because I'm not sure beliefs have to be true for them to be meaningful. Like, if it's meaningful and helps me, does it matter that it's a figment of my imagination?
It depends on what the implications are of that figment and on your reality.
It gives me comfort, and with someone with a lot of anxiety, any comfort by any means necessary is like my go-to. I seek comfort in a lot of things, in people, in situations and questions, and comfort in my ancestors is something that helps me in my daily life. It's not something that I necessarily believe is, oh, when I die, I'm going to see my ancestors. Like, I hope there's not, because I don't want an afterlife. But like, if there is, I wouldn't be mad. A little bit mad.
I think it would be incredible to be able to speak to my great grandmother again. But like, it'd be like that if that's not the case.
Seems like insomnia has belief in reincarnation. I hope there's not
More
reincarnation.
of a hope.
Yeah.
If you have a belief in reincarnation or God or gods or higher power or Santa Claus or what else is in the background there? Unicorns, dwarves, aliens, or Sasquatch, or the celestial skeletal bat goddess, and you're open to having that belief questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue or debate. I'm not here to diminish or belittle you. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is your belief and why do you believe it? Magnus, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 13 billion years old. But in Earth years, I am 30.
I see. So, belief in a god or god's higher power, alien, Sasquatch, unicorn, dwarf, or celestial skeletal bat goddess.
I swear to God, if you said please.
Listen, normally I would come up here and do my normal alien shtick, but I heard something you say that really upset me there, Thrayle. You're trying to tell me that Santa, a white man that breaks into people's homes and leaves gifts, you're going to sit there and try to tell me he does not exist.
I'm sorry, you said that you think Santa Claus exists.
No, I don't think. I know he is. I see him at Bass Pro every year, dude.
At Bass Pro. And is the Santa at Bass Pro charging money for people to sit on his lap and tell him what they want?
Oh, he takes me to the back room where I get special time with.
Oh.
Okay, that one was probably a little too far. I'll give it that.
Got dark.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna drop down. We'll redo this.
Do this. Take two.
Yeah, come back with a more appropriate Santa Claus belief. Oh, and the Fire Yeti's here. Hello.
Hello, Magnus. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? Santa Claus, Yeti, snowman, eternal, everlasting goblin of universal chaos.
I believe in the mind goblin.
The mind goblin. And what is a goblin again?
Oh no.
No, not just a goblin, a mind goblin.
Right.
No.
What is it? What is a goblin?
Entertain the joke, asshole.
I was breaking it apart. I was wanting to know which.
What is goblin?
This is what they
My
do.
grammar completely devolved.
I think I may have developed a belief that Magnus is probably one of the funniest people. If that belief is willing to be challenged, go ahead. It's so funny.
There is something that I have been revisiting recently. I don't know if it's necessarily a belief per se, but it's something that I was asked when I was overseas. And it was set up in such a manner that, like, so you have the option to sit down to dinner with 5 people, dead or alive, whether you're related to them, you don't know them, they're famous, they're not famous, it doesn't matter. Who were those 5 people you would choose, and why would you choose them?
Is this question open for the panel or for Thrayle?
It's just a general statement.
Who are your 5 people, Morgan?
My 5 people? My great grandmother. A local indigenous American. I can't remember the name, but the female version of a Gothi, so like a Norse priestess, I suppose. A druid. Is that 4? That's 5. Yeah, that's 5. Yeah, those are the 5. And most of my reasoning behind those 5 are I want to recover knowledge that was lost, like things that weren't able to be passed down because of various interferences.
That was only 4, Morgan.
Was it only 4? Sorry, I lost count.
Well, you think of your fifth, everybody remember to tap the screen, share the live. We're at 118,000 likes. There's 87 of us. If we all tap, we could probably bring that number up to 120 in the next few minutes. And if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power, well then, go ahead and request on up while Magnus tells us what word Morgan forgot.
Well, I was actually just to do a clarification. So, agothes, this gets misconstrued a lot, or just kind of like added to something that it's not. So, agothe, while yes, did give spiritual advice, mainly they were just people who handled disputes in like a village or
Yes.
something.
It's
So,
that Gothi is not the word that I'm looking for, but my mind is blanking.
you're probably thinking of like a seer or a satyr.
Sather, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I'm trying to remember because there was at least one more. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe it was only 4.
Is it man, bear, pig?
Clearly.
You were supposed to be
Oh,
serious this time.
I remember who it was. Lucy Maud Montgomery, the author of Anne of Green Gables.
I think my 5 would have to be my mother, Robin Williams, Sherlock, are acceptable, right?
Yep, real or fake, dead or
Um,
alive, or unalived or alive.
then I'm gonna add Prince and um, what was the other one? So I got Robin Williams, my mother, Prince, Sherlock Holmes, and I think I'll just add Snape, Professor Snape.
Oh, I didn't know we had to do fictional characters too. Well then,
I think I'm gonna create a Scott Pilgrim style round table of ex-boyfriends.
Why?
And Tyler.
And Tyler.
Just because I think it'd be fun.
All my exes in the room would be interesting. I think they'd all probably just like get out a measuring tape or something.
Is Tyler gonna have self-actualization after he goes through your ex-boyfriends like Scott did, or no?
I think he's like fairly actual. I mean, he's like no, because I think he's closer to there than Scott. I just think it'd be fun because I'm Ramona Flowers.
So I have my 5, and so it can be anyone. So like, one of them would be my grandfather because I didn't get to spend much time with him growing up. About current economics, and then it would probably be Chesty Polar to see if he's proud of me. And then it would be Master Chief, and then it would be my dad, so I can run that fade. So,
Well, we all know, Chesty Puller's out there watching over all the Marines, so.
as a surprise 6th, I know you said 5, but I'm putting 6th. Betty White, because I want to spend a night with Betty White. That's just me. Like a romantic night out, dinner, stuff like that.
I think she'd be into it.
Betty White is a legend. I will want to have tea with that lady. Well, if we're gonna add a 6, I think I'm gonna add Tupac Shakur.
Ooh.
Because I was kind of Brenda's baby.
I don't know who the Archangel Arm Machine, because he was the last person in my family to speak Ishak fluently, and just like they were like right at the apex. So would it would be amazing to talk to them, but I can't really think of anybody else.
It's tough when you like really think about it.
I just want Pac person to just watch. But you, Thrayle, you haven't answered yet.
I'm still thinking.
The
You guys
option.
opened fictional characters up to him, and now it's gonna.
It's
It's
broadened so much.
well, we know the Bat Goddess is going to be there probably, right?
Probably.
So I got a question about the mythos of the goddess. Is Thrayle just kind of like a harbinger or a leader for the Bat Goddess?
Thrayle is just another acolyte of, well, an acolyte. Or is it?
Can you be an acolyte if you're the one spreading the message, or because acolyte usually means beginner, yeah? Well, apparently my dog agrees.
Yeah, I feel like you're at least like a deacon or something.
I don't know about that. Maybe that's the point at which we think we understand or know. Are always a beginner.
My kid's eating my shoulder right now. Can you not, child?
Just wait till that child develops teeth and thinks that, oh, that's shaped like a bottle.
He has 4 teeth already, so
Mm.
he's progressing a lot faster than what his brother did. I think it's probably because I didn't drop this one, but
I've accidentally yeeted a child too, but they bit me, so it landed on the bed, so they weren't injured, but
parenting advice with Magnus and Bats.
and don't eat your children even if they bite you. That's my only advice.
If I was to do a serious list, I think I would do again my grandfather, because I'd like to hear more. Like what I know of him is just what like my grandmother's told me about him, and then like his military records and stuff, or like what I know of him. Um, I'd probably like to know my uncle a little bit better, so he would be there, and then I'll just kind of amalgam them together into like some like John Carpenter beast at the table, and then I'd really want to sit down with Peter Collins, the voice of Optimus Prime, genuinely, like not even trying to be funny, but like because he seems like such a wise man, gives a lot of sage advice, and then uh, I'd like to sit down with my older brother because me and him haven't talked in like 3 years. So I would just like to know he's doing okay, even though me and him are not on good terms. So
She was the first one on my list. I've never met her. I'd like to meet her. My dad is a maybe on the list. I don't know yet. I'll talk to my mom first.
I think I'd do my grandpa too. The Because my dad's dad was unalived when he was 16, so I never met my grandfather. So I think I would do that as well.
So, guys, about Pleiadians.
Oh my gosh, Magnus. No explanation, just Pleiadians.
Well, normally, if I even mention a cat, well, oh, there she is.
He was trying to provoke me to yeet him from the panel.
Oh, okay. Since Magnus has a belief in Pleiadians, maybe someone else has believes in other things, or maybe you share belief in Pleiadians with Magnus. If you do have a belief and you're willing to question that belief and are respectful, I would encourage you to come on up and question those beliefs, because we could ask Thrayle about his 5 people, but I think he's still going through the list of fictional characters that he might ask. Snoop would probably keep the party rolling. But Snoop and Pac in the same room, that could be that could be too hard. And then Sherlock Holmes, because I want to explore his mind palace.
I think I'd also do Ada Lovelace and Alan Turing, because I just want to pick their brain on how they like figured out these programming concepts before they ever had access to computers that were capable of.
Yeah, Joe, I think if I met Batman, I'd be like, "You okay, dude? You need a hug? It's okay. Give me a hug. It's okay." I don't like Batman. I'm a bat, but I don't like Batman. He's part of the problem. You can't fix the problem if you're part of the problem unless you recognize you're part of the problem.
All right, friends, I must drop. I have to drive, so I will catch you later.
Later, Morgan.
Drive safe, Morgan. Have a good trip.
Thank you.
Remember, drive it like you stole it.
Don't listen to Magnus.
I think I might know 5. Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Who are those 5, Thrayle?
Hey. Hello, Abraham. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 22 years.
Can you please not smack into the microphone if you're going to eat mute? Do you have belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I definitely do believe in something greater above.
When you say you believe in something greater above or doctrine, is it something that you could read about somewhere?
Yeah, I do believe in a God who created the whole universe, but somehow they've corrupted his original teachings to people's own beliefs.
Which teachings were his original teachings?
His original teachings was he was the supreme God, creator of everything, God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, originator of civilization and life on
Which
earth.
teachings were corrupted?
Oh, everything. To all branched off from, I don't know, from what was originally his name. Islam came, atheism came, science came. Actually, science doesn't even, like someone goes to a church and gets a miracle. There's no doctor there to examine and actually go for a deeper investigation. They stick to their side only. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
You asking me what is my belief and why I believe. I believe to live.
What question did I ask you?
How has these teachings been corrupted? And I answered that.
I asked which teachings.
The originator of the universe.
Which teachings are his original teachings?
I just said it, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
So if you have the original Hebrew Bible in your hands and you were able to read that, would that be the correct interpretation of that God?
Does
or is
that
that corrupted?
Yeah. I mean, it explains a lot about him. Where else would you get it? From an Indian Sanskrit with idols?
Abraham, I don't know what you're saying. So you're saying that the God that you believe in, if you could find the original teachings, would that be the Hebrew Bible? Would that be the original?
Where do you think the teachings did come from? You said they come from a library.
Would they be uncorrupted if it was the Hebrew Bible?
The teachings came over time. You get.
You're not answering my question. Is there access today to the uncorrupted teachings? Do they exist?
It's like you're saying there's another kind of teaching when there's an original one and only teaching. How do I answer that question?
I don't know what question you're even asking now, bro. Let me ask you this. Do you believe the Hebrew Bible, the Christian Bible, or the Quran? Which version of the Abrahamic God do you follow?
The whole book.
The whole book? Which whole book?
Scriptures, Bible,
Do you believe the Quran?
Do I believe the what?
The Quran. Or just the Bible?
No.
Oh, so just the Bible. So do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
Is Jesus your Lord and Savior?
You've been asking me about Jesus all day. I just told you, yeah.
Well, believing in him and believing he's your Lord and
Okay,
Savior.
yeah.
Two different questions. Right?
Next question.
Okay. Do you believe the Bible is true if you read it in Hebrew?
It doesn't matter what language you read it in. Is there a difference?
Is it true?
Yeah.
So if you read
it came in different languages over time.
Is there a particular language or translation that you find communicates best to you?
There have only been 3 translations, I think. Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. And the English version.
Which English version?
Those are other translations in other languages. So hold on.
Is there an English version that you believe is good? Is there?
You can use the...
Is there an English version that you believe is good?
Yeah, you can... I'll check for that one.
What?
I don't know, good news. This is American Published Society.
The good news version.
Go on.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Once I did.
Do you know that it's difficult to understand you? Does that matter to you? Is it possible because you're rudely talking with your mouth full and not actually involved in the conversation?
Oh, I'm definitely done with the conversation.
Okay.
Only that, the question you're asking me in which language, I told you English version, you said which version, I said good news. So I don't know how much into detail I have to go so you get the
That's why I
point.
was just trying to clarify. You weren't speaking clearly.
Okay.
Are you saying?
Go ahead.
Come again?
Are you saying Abraham Blood that
Yeah.
there is a translation called the Good News Version?
Oh, okay. So when you get a page, like in Genesis 5, and you get another page in Genesis 5 from another one, are you going to find much of a difference between the message that was actually approved by like the Pope?
Do you?
If they add on something, you know they added something, but when you have the original text and version, I think regardless of the version, you get the message.
So you accept any English version along with?
I have the version I have. So that's good enough. I don't just go for every version, because when you already have this one, you definitely use it. Physics book I've just bought. I don't need to buy another physics what? You need to buy another physics book.
So
Or
you own which version?
there are two. Good news and one from the African Bible Society. Yeah.
Okay.
Your point is?
We notice that different versions say different things sometimes.
Go
But
on.
it sounds like you don't care which version is used. Is that correct?
Because I do care, but I say that of the version, because it's an original concept approved by Rome. So if you want to add something or remove something, people will know because they have the original version. I think you understand there, because
When you talk about the original version, what do you mean?
the books coming in order from Genesis to Revelation. What else do I mean?
Like, are you
For the
talking
whole,
about, like,
for the whole added up scriptures, except some they removed. Otherwise, it would be too big a volume.
so the
Some books are not
accepted,
there.
you're talking about the accepted canon
I
from
said I
when?
called it scriptures.
I
The
understand.
version they gave us was by Rome, but when you get the whole scriptures of God, it's a very big volume. I don't even think anyone on this planet might know all of them.
I'm sorry, you lost me on that last answer.
I said the whole scripture version is huge, but a given version was a summarize it up, given by Rome. Their basis was pointing towards Jesus, you get. So I've explained it for you the second time.
It does not make any sense to me, to be honest.
Repeat your question. I did for you the third time, okay?
May I ask you a different question?
Which is?
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes. You've mentioned Rome. You've mentioned the Pope. Are you a Roman Catholic?
No. Rome is the head of the Christian Church.
Of the Roman Catholic Church, yes.
Okay, would say that.
But you are not a Roman Catholic.
I do believe that everything that concerns Christians is part of it is concentrated with the Pope, because Christ said unto Simon Peter, he is the foundation of his of his church. So making that is,
Yes.
he was the first Pope. So
Well,
everything
that's how the
concerning
Roman Catholic to interpret that scripture. But are you aware of other Christian traditions outside of the Roman Catholic Church?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay.
But it is clarified with the scriptures. So what may be outside the Roman Catholic Church, it's what is inside the scripture that matters. For example,
Why do you believe what you believe?
Rome may have diverted to believe in Virgin Mary and many other directions.
Abraham,
and Paul said,
I have a
follow
question
not
for
what?
you, and you just seem to keep wanting to go. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to talk to stop you. The question I have is, can you question your beliefs?
You can question, but when your beliefs are answered,
Do you
don't
question the
about
answers?
more. Come again?
Why don't you question the answers?
Because you've been proven either you're right or wrong. Either you know, and you shut up.
You say you've been proven right, and then when you're proven right, you don't question anymore.
You got what you wanted, right?
You're saying when you get what you want, you don't question that at all.
So how far more questions in? How many more you keep questioning and questioning?
Abraham, Thrayle is trying to clarify your answer, and you are ignoring the clarification.
Okay,
Can
yes,
you answer the clarification?
Okay, yes. After you've been answered your questions.
Why?
You have a question. God, how did you create the universe? He gives you an answer, A, B, C, X, Y, Z. You hear a scientist saying E, F, G. You confirm the answer is A, B, C. That's it. Do you go any further than that?
How did you confirm the answer was ABC if you heard scientists saying it was EFG?
Because scientists are theorizing. It's a theory. they theorize man came from years of the planet waiting and waiting for it to settle, for life to begin. When it comes to God, it's specific.
So you believe the 6-day creation story?
Yes, I mean,
you believe what it says in Genesis 1.
Which is, yeah, it took 6 days for him to make a powerful universe.
It took 6 days for him to make all the way to man. To the first man, it was 6 days.
Each day had its own part coming in order.
So in the order, very specific vegetation, and then sun and moon, and then animals, and then man, right? In that very specific order.
Yes.
Then why does it change the order in the next chapter? Why does it go, in chapter 2:5, before the plants? Because he has not made it rain, and there is no man. He makes the water come from the ground, and he makes the man.
True. So
he does that before the plants. And then he makes the plants, and then he makes the animals in 2:18, doesn't he? 2:19. Because man is alone, and I will make him a helper.
Yeah,
so out of the ground the Lord God forms every beast of the field and the fowl of the air.
Yes,
but from them Adam can't find a helper.
Can I answer? He said first that after I said, let the earth produce every kind of animal from the different domains he created, sea, earth, air, the earth produced according to its own, but to him, he got man, formed man out of clay, breathed into him air.
Breath of life, that was him.
Exactly. And man came to awaken with consciousness, with a soul, and his reason of existence in accordance to his creator. What God willed, what God wanted, he created Adam. So just to for that part where you said the waters came from the earth.
Just to clarify, I'm not hearing you answer. When he makes the man, is that before or after the plants?
The man is made after. That part was explaining the extra process.
That there's no plants because there's no water and no man. He makes a man. And then he makes the plants in the garden. And then he makes the animals because the man is alone.
But man was in the Garden of Eden. How can it be a garden with no plants? Doesn't make sense.
He makes the plants after the man. He doesn't make the. Does he make the man in the garden? Or does he place the man in the garden after he makes him?
You said it was Genesis what?
Genesis chapter 2.
Uh-huh.
2. You could start at 2:5.
Which version are you using?
Which version would you like to use, Abraham? That's why we asked.
Go to the New International Version.
The New International. Why would you use that one?
Okay, because it simplifies it. Just looking for what simplifies it quickly. So what you're saying is that within the 6 days, per day as he followed his schedule, there was a day he skipped plants and animals. Then he went to man, Then he made man. Then after he had to make plants for man to eat.
You're saying there was a day he skipped?
Yes, when he made it in 6 days from Genesis 1, on the 6th day when he reached man, after he made man, Genesis continues, reaching 2.5, it had been created. God made man forth and said, because man is lonely, I will give him a companion. So you're using it as a contradiction for when he said on that day for plants and animals, when he created everything there and then and placed man in the Garden of Eden. That's what you confirm. Okay.
You're saying it, or I see. So I think you're understanding. If you're saying that that I'm asking you about this as a contradiction, yes.
Okay.
How do you reconcile this contradiction?
First, God said that the earth, we go back to Genesis 11:1 before we reach 2.5 to clarify it. He said, let the earth bring forth grass, herb yielding seed, fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. And so the earth brought forth grass, herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. What day was man created? And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over fish sea, over the fowl of the air, the cattle, over all the earth, over all things creepeth upon the earth. So God created man, him, male and female. God blessed him, said, be fruitful, multiply, replenish, subdue it, and have dominion over fish sea, fowl, air, every living thing.
Stop for a moment, just to.
And he continued, hold on, before he hit the bulls, he said, behold, have given
just
every
reading
herb bearing seed,
the whole
which is
thing
upon.
Are you reading for the first time? I don't know if you're just reading this for the first time, why you're just reading through it at us. But thank you guys for tapping the screen. We're up to 124,000 likes, 79 of us watching, 78. Oops. And if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your belief. This guest is capable of questioning their belief. It sounds more like they're, well, I don't know, here to argue on behalf of it. But before you do jump in, start talking while I'm talking, I'm going to make sure that I thank, thank you to Bree, also to Keisha and to Artificial Red. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate you.
I think you missed the point whereby it was about cultivated plants specifically.
You're saying cultivated plants, specifically which cultivated plants?
There was farm crop soaking, because there was no farming vegetation yet, because there was no rain, but there was already vegetation.
Which translation did you just read that said farming?
It was the Hebrew one that put cultivated farm.
The Hebrew one says cultivated farming in which verse?
The Hebrew words had said, I remember they said Tohu Bohu Eden or Adama Min. What the farmment actually is according to ancient texts. It maybe seems with this text it contradicts, and some skeptics use it to.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, I'm not understanding some of the words you're saying.
Okay, on that day, let's see it again. Day 3, God made land and plants. On the other day, it was cultivated vegetation, plants, cultivated farm that was not there.
Which other day?
Because there was not yet rain.
So you're talking about, now you're in chapter 2. You're saying chapter 2 is another day where there's no plants.
I'm saying chapter 2 had the land and plants, but on this other day, afterwards on the continuation, there was not yet rain, so making it have no what? No cultivated.
So there was
plants.
no rain
There was
to water
vegetation.
any of the other plants. There hadn't been any rain yet.
No. Rain hadn't yet come, but vegetation was there.
There was
on
vegetation.
Exactly. So,
where does it say there was vegetation? You're talking about in chapter 1. So here's my question, Abraham. If you were seeing this as being one story, and it seems as though your intent on it being one story, no matter what, that there's no questioning. Am I right? There's no questioning at all of your belief. You're incapable of questioning. So why did you request to be on my panel if you can't question your belief?
I did question my belief, and I told you I wonder if it was.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Why can't you question your belief now? Why would you request on my panel now if you can't question your belief now?
I was answering your question. Why question my beliefs? So I gave you an answer. What my belief is, why I believe. Because without the truth, people believe in things that are absurd.
How do you know that what you believe isn't absurd?
We call it a testimony.
Testimony. I think Philly had a question.
Yes, I wanted to know why you do not question your conclusions today.
When you define it as a conclusion.
Sorry, what was that word? When you what? A conclusion?
Because that is the conclusion. That is the answer. Final answer. You can't
What
keep going
makes it final though?
If I keep going to the final boss of a game and say, is there another boss after I defeat him? That is the final boss. It's the full stop. It's the where do I go after the full stop? That's it. Jackpot. So
how do you
the
know?
more I mean, you're asking me why I come to a conclusion of my beliefs, why I keep going, why I keep accepting, because my beliefs are true when something is true to you, and people don't accept what is true. There's a drift. One of you is right, one of you is wrong.
How
So
do
the ones
you
who are
know
right
the
know they are
answer?
right, and those who are wrong know they are wrong.
Abraham blood?
If you know you're right,
Abraham blood?
and it is right, it is right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How do you know that it's true to make it your final conclusion? You keep answering how you know that it's true?
I keep answering you how I know it's true. When you get to know from what you pondered, what you wanted to realize about it, and you realize about it, you get to realize it is true. Have I
When
answered
you
your
realize that it's true, then you
Your
know that it
question
is
is
true.
coming in a manner that
Abraham
is
Blood, I'm
sugar
hearing you
coated.
say, Abraham Blood, I'm hearing you say, when you realize that it's true, that's how you know it's true. But that's not really an answer. Are you able to answer the question?
How many times more do I have to answer your question?
Are you able to answer the question without saying, when you realize that it's true, that's how you know that it's true?
Yes, again. When you wonder about something and find out the answer about what you wondered, you realize that is it. You get?
Is it possible to be mistaken, to believe you know the truth and to not know the truth at all?
So to you, what is the truth? Because when you have one truth, what are the other truths? They come and then those truths are brought to light to find out if they are true or if they are not. Is there any other?
Abraham Blood, you're not answering Bat's question. What was
Yes,
Bat's question?
you ask again.
What was Bat's question?
I don't. Your questions, I told you, are coming in a sugar-coated manner.
I can't, Thrayle.
No, I don't think
It doesn't feel like a genuine conversation at all.
All right. Okay. Ask your question again.
Is it possible to be mistaken, that you think you know the truth, but not to know the truth actually?
That's why I said you find out if your truth is correct. If your truth is correct, be mistaken further than that.
Well,
I
that's the
see.
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I mean, that's if you would like one more.
I don't think I'm going to get anywhere. I think his beliefs are unquestionable and he's already determined the answer.
Mm-hmm. If you know the truth, how can you question the truth if it's true? When the truthiness of the truth is untruthably truthable, you can't
And you
truth
know
it
that
any
it's true
truthier.
because you have determined that it's true. And when you determine that it's true, then you know that it is true.
Not even answering how you determined it to be true. Bro. But then I'm just someone who doesn't believe in objective truth, so that's just my opinion. I'm curious if anyone else has an opinion about truth, beliefs, about what is. We have like 74 people in here. We passed 125 likes. I'm sure there's someone in here who is willing to explain how they've come to truth.
I wonder. The only one in the queue right now is Abraham Blood again, but I don't think he's actually open to questioning his beliefs. He may think he's capable because of some past question that he satisfied, but I don't.
I think that I would be more open to speaking to someone who is not even willing to question their beliefs. If they're able to describe how they came to the conclusions that they came to. I know that's not your panel, but that's just the extra added frustration that I'm experiencing. I'm sorry that I got sharp.
That's fine, and I'm kind of with you on that. That's why I often ask why not. You know, say they can't question.
No, Abram, you didn't answer the question. You provided circular reasoning. Providing a process for your understanding is more or after. I'm sorry, you've already discovered your answer and are incapable of questioning it.
Well, when you know it's true, then it's, how could ever true a true?
I believe bats to be superior animals and to be fully the coolest animals, and that's a belief I have, and it's true because I believe it's true, therefore it's true. There's no superior animal to bats.
It's true. It's also true that the Bible says they're birds, but they're not. Isn't it Leviticus?
I think so. That sounds about right. There's a lot of scriptures that got it wrong because they only had the information of the time. They didn't actually have any objective truth. Not objective truth. They didn't have any scientists at the time. They just repeated what they thought was true.
Listen, I can't. More specifically, the young Earth creationist ones, where they're trying to shoehorn all of the scientific information that they have, or that we have come across in the past 2,000.
But maybe someone in the comments does have a belief in the Bible, the Quran, ancient scriptures, or just beliefs in general. Maybe in a superior power, maybe not even a religious God. Maybe you have a relationship with God. If you do have a belief in God or gods or higher powers, or if you have a belief in mermaids, I think Philly would love that.
Do you think somebody who requests up with a belief in mermaids is serious?
Oh, mermaids are very serious matters in several religious beliefs, including a lot of like West African ones, which people don't think about because of like the whole Hans Christian Andersen thing.
There's a lot of lore behind mermaids. I'm sure somebody probably believes it. Well, the Catholics even have a saint mermaid, so.
Yeah, like werewolves were a part of my Catholic education, so like mermaids are not that far out of the question, to be honest.
Well, if you do have a belief in gods or a higher power, I'm sorry I won't be able to hear it because I have to go now. But it's definitely been a pleasure. I appreciate every single one of you. I appreciate your questions. I encourage people in the comments to keep questioning. Take care. I'll check you out later on the Discord.
We'll see you there.
If you believe in Uruguru, come up and tell us about it. And what were you supposed to give up for Lent that you didn't give up that turned you into Uruguru?
What is Uruguru?
It is like the Cajun Creole werewolf. It's more a tale of like a metaphorical tale of the like not following the church having outsized repercussions that are unnecessary. So it's kind of like making fun of clergy, but in a way that the stories were like accepted by clergy.
Making fun of clergy in a way that they accept it.
Yeah, like basically you turn into a Rougarou for like slights that are ridiculous, like not following Lent or being in an interracial marriage. So like it is a representation of like the curse that the church brings by like it having power in southern Louisiana. But to the priests, they're like, oh yeah, awesome. Tell the kids that they're gonna turn into a werewolf um, if they don't do Lent. That's a great idea. So it was kind of like this parallel thing where it was a way of like telling stories about how the clergy and the church like caused devastation in Louisiana in a way that like didn't really get that it was like really a story about how cruel they were.
I feel like I should have questions, but they're all based on people who would believe. Did it have a desired result, or is it still an ongoing tradition?
It's probably one of, despite having like the least actual written literature of any like Louisiana folktale, it's probably like within the past couple of decades become one of the more popular ones because like even though if people don't get the cultural nuance to it, like they recognize the image of the werewolf. And so it because it's something that like people outside the community also recognize, and since there's so much tourism in Louisiana, it's become like a lot more popular over the past probably like 20 years, I'd say. But it's still yeah, I'd say it's still pretty popular. Like it's still a pretty popular story. It's not necessarily used in that way anymore. It's more just something that is appreciated and kept alive, absent that need to like use it to subvert the clergy. And like, I mean, they should be. They kind of just, at some point in time, we just kind of gave up on that. But the so it would like people still know the story and the story's still told, but it's not like still used to like scare children out of Lent. I mean, that was like my generation like 30 years ago, but like most like modern families aren't doing that. But also, my parents were probably joking, and I was just too autistic to get that they were not being serious about the werewolf.
I wonder. I also wonder if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. Tavium, why would you, I think the obvious joke is obvious.
What did your parents tell that you would turn into if you didn't follow Lent? Is this not a universal experience?
We didn't do Lent. Baha'is, you know. Actually, I think there was a fast. I can't remember the name of the fast.
Yeah, I often wonder how, if like that comes from, like if there's other predecessing fasts or like time of fast that came before that is what kind of like set that up. But I don't know the origins of Lent besides like the modern interpretation of it.
Tavium asking to get muted in all caps. If Noctis was here, she'd give you a warning. Well,
Yeah, that too, Shake. You have to go to confession if you don't do Lent right.
I gave you a 5-second mute, Tav. You deal with those 5 seconds and think about what you've done, okay? The fast is called a slow. Oh, that's interesting. You're welcome, Tav.
I mean, there are some faiths where a fast is not eating at all, and others where it's not eating from sundown to sunup, or sunrise to sundown. One of those might be a little more slow than fast. I haven't decided which one.
I remember we would talk about fasting, because the goal is not to be seen as pious. Telling us
Isn't that like also dangerous though if you go like hyperglycemic or hypo? Wait, I'm mixing up my hyper and my hypo.
has anyone heard of the 30-hour famine?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I did that because I was Catholic, but went to like there's a I think it's Presbyterian church like most of the kids in town went to, and they did the 30-hour famine, and it was always like a huge thing to do. Um, yeah, we got sent to that church a lot because they fed you.
Oh, sure. Except for their 30-hour famine. That's when they won't feed you.
Yeah, and then they gave you like a pancake breakfast afterwards, and everybody was like green because their body did not know what to do with that amount of sugar after not eating. They gave you like a with that amount.
We used to start with soup after the 30-hour famine.
Their body.
The 30-hour famine.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. What we were doing, because yeah, I just remember everybody like people were just not functional the next day. A lot.
What 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 were you told was the purpose?
I don't even think we really were told that much. It was more that it was like billed as a fundraiser, and we were like getting getting a cow for somebody or something. I think I might be conflating too much, but yeah, I don't remember it really being that spiritually focused. It was more just like a fun sleepover at the church.
Mm. Mm. I was taught that the act of fasting helps to clarify the mind at times. It was a spiritual discipline. Taught of it would focus on God, on Jesus, to pray every time I felt a hunger pang. I felt a hunger pang, and that the desire, the something that I should try to emulate in a desire for God. That the way my body longed for food was the way I should long for God. And so the practice was to remind myself of that.
Yeah, that's the same description that like monks give, and I mean this is more extreme, mind you. I get that, but like it's kind of the same setup that like the older like monks and priests would talk about with like flagellation or like the various forms of self-harm. Or, I don't even know what else to call it, that various like Catholic orders will do to try and get closer to God. Yeah, they literally like think that the pain of these different actions is a way to get closer to God, and that seems like really insidious to me.
Mm-hmm. In the Philippines, every Easter, people will crucify themselves to share.
And
Easter, people will
What does that mean? Share in the suffering of Christ.
the concept, as I understand it, is to suffer like Christ suffered as a way to try to be closer to Christ, to have shared experience, to understand Christ more. And there's this idea with it that suffering produces spiritual maturity.
By spiritual maturity, do they mean PTSD?
No, I don't think so. I think they mean, there's a verse for this. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's something like suffering produces patience. And or suffering produces endurance, and endurance grows your patience, or something like that. And patience is one of the fruits of the Spirit. So that would be like sanctification, becoming more holy, growing in spiritual maturity. Patient.
Yeah, it's kind of like the I forget what there is, like a hierarchy to martyrdom, but there's like a special term if you're like martyred and like egregiously smortured. I don't even know if I can say that on here, but yeah, it kind of all falls into that same group of like reaching for suffering to like get closer to something.
And if you can help us get closer to something that is not us talking amongst ourselves, but rather engaging in the practice of this life, which is to question beliefs, please request up if you have a God belief. And if you don't, perhaps you would be posting it. If you have a few coins, sharing the coins, all of those things are supposed to help the algorithm out, sharing that we can get some new guests in here.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That will work. And if you haven't already reposted, you can also repost. I think that might work.
Repost, says Cat Father Sebastian.
Well, I
Is
was
this cat?
asleep, but then I had to listen to that. So I have a God belief if I don't have to listen to horrific Christian sanctification martyrdom practices anymore.
I thought we would listen to a few more. Can we go over some of the other forms of self-flagellation that
Pick a God,
It's
I'll
like
believe in it.
bells that has sharp stuff on it, and
Right?
then there's like the go old cat of nine tails, and
Yep.
then some priests would just like put broken glass in their shoes. Trying to think about those. There's more, but I think I've blocked them out. Sorry, my trauma has desensitized me to traumatizing others.
I understand what you mean,
Okay,
Blake.
your Rougarou thing was not nearly as traumatic as Philly's people crucifying themselves thing.
Yeah, there's this whole festival in, I forget if it's Central or South America, where people crucify themselves alive.
Good Can we please stop saying those words in that sentence? That, like, all of them together. Can we not do that anymore?
We can, even when your Wi-Fi is breaking up the request. But we do have Anna Faye. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age is 33.
33. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in the supreme, formless, source creator, Allah.
Allah from the Quran. Have you
Well,
read the Quran?
yes, the Quran has 7 layers of the Quran. You know, people usually read the Quran literally, but it's layered. There's 7 layers, and you have to be there's a ladder in hierarchy of ascension. So, like, depending on who reads it, they interpret it what level they're ready to interpret it as.
Background noise.
Oh, I'm gonna actually shut that off. 1 second.
What level are you on, Anna?
I just shut that off. So, like, the Quran has 7 layers,
Right. And
and
what layer are you on, Anna Faye?
what layer? Now, I am in what's called the Marika, which is the inward layer, where what layer? Now, I am in what's called the Marika, which is the inward layer, called in the heart, that would be the layer. You know, there's 7 layers of reality, and
Yes, you said that several times. What layer is the layer that you are on?
I'm trying to figure that out. Probably about the architect layer.
But what?
The architect.
Do you start at layer 1 and then go to layer 2 and
Yes.
then
No. Layer 1 would be the conscious reality.
So what number are you on, Anna Faye?
I would say the number 6 right now.
Okay. How long have you spent at each layer?
Now, I have to be honest. I was born Muslim, but I have not read the Quran from start to finish I have not read it from start to finish in this lifetime, but I've opened it up and I read it, and I questioned it, and I realized that one thing I want to talk about that people in Islam don't really understand.
Anna Faye, what was the question? What was the question Philly asked?
The question is that again?
Yeah.
I didn't get your question.
What was the question?
Oh, I didn't get I'm talking in a stream of conscious. So, whatever it's coming through me is in the stream of conscious. So, I forgot what happened. I'm talking in the stream of conscious. So
Why? Why are you talking in a stream of consciousness rather than having a back and forth conversation?
Because I am a vessel.
Do you believe in past lives?
Yes, I believe in past lives. I believe in what is called Sana Dharma, which is the first ever set of beliefs in the world, what is now known as Hinduism, that has truth. I believe there's truth in all religions, but I also believe the truth has been distorted. There's distortion in everything. So once you reach levels, you realize, now I think it's about level 3 where you're in the fight of good versus evil. Now I've been there too, where you fight good versus evil. I believe that's level 3.
Slow down just a little.
Okay.
Anna Faye, have you gone through all of these layers in this lifetime?
In this lifetime, yes, I was in the conscious reality level 1, where I was just
What is that beep?
The conscious reality is the basic reality where you think
Sorry, what is the
Do
beat?
you
The beat?
do you like know what a 9-volt battery is?
a battery, a 9-volt battery. I know what a AA battery is.
That would explain the beeping. Then you should probably change the battery in your smoke
Oh,
detector. Your house is
the
under attack.
alarm. Oh, the beep. That is something. It's like I can't figure that out. I tried to ask ChatGPT. It says is a Metatron in my house. There's a little smoking alarm that cannot be taken off.
What you have to do? No. So here's what you have to do. That's there to tell you if your house is on fire. It detects if there's smoke, and usually carbon monoxide too, which maybe there might be, honestly. But you have to get a 9-volt battery and change the battery because the battery's dead.
I've come to be accustomed to that sound. It just blends in with everything. I don't even notice it.
It just might be safer for you if you
No,
address
I
it.
don't like the word safe.
I don't. I'm sorry.
The word safe. I don't like the word safe.
Philly, if she changes the battery, she might realize that there's a carbon monoxide leak in her home.
Well, I'm
So
worried that that's actually
If there's a carbon monoxide leak, this battery has been going on for months now, like since the springtime.
okay. So
How did we get from the battery to the 7 layers? See,
well,
in your layer of reality,
I'm
you
worried
think
for
carbon
you. I'm
monoxide,
worried,
but in
Anna
my layer, I
Faye.
think it's a Metatron. See how it's different?
Anna Faye, I'm worried for you.
Are you really worried for me, or are you just, or is that performative empathy?
What is a Metatron?
You know, the music Metatron counts the beats to the music
Oh no.
when you're recording.
it's a metronome.
Literally might have a gas leak going on.
Do you have a window you can open?
Are you intoxicated right now? Because if you're not, it literally sounds like you're in a carbon monoxide cloud.
No, I'm actually really sober. I did mushrooms last Tuesday, not this week, but I am sober, 100% sober.
Have you been having gaps in your memory when you're at home?
Oh, all the time. I'm a stream of conscious. So what I said yesterday, I don't remember. What I said when I first came here in this room, I don't remember. Like I just don't have any thoughts. I have no thoughts.
Here's the thing. We are genuinely telling you that it sounds like you may have a carbon monoxide leak in your home, which can lead to your unalivement. So you should probably fix
Oh,
the
then I live with my mother. She's 53 and my sister 9. So they would also be experiencing things like that.
It would be I
Where's the alarm now? The alarm is ringing, but like
I'm gonna assume that
it's
you
not
love
the
your
carbon
mother and you
monoxide
love your
alarm.
sister. I'm gonna assume that you love your mother and you love your sister, and for the protection of everyone in the household, it could be a task that takes you 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I don't know. I guess it depends, but
Like my mom tried to fix it, like she can't. What is it called? The 9-volt battery?
well, it's whatever battery that
What if I
that alarm
enjoy?
would
I
take.
come to enjoy this alarm. It's like it just embedded
I
in my
understand.
mind.
I understand that you might enjoy it, and you could probably record the sound and play it again without putting at risk your mother and your sister and yourself.
Why are you performing empathy? Why are you performing it?
You know, I'm okay if you think that I'm performing empathy.
Do you truly care?
She does truly care, and it's really unfair of you to say that she doesn't, because she actually does truly care.
I don't care what the neighbor next door to me is doing. I don't care what.
I don't care. Be carbon monoxide poison if you want. Fine. We tried.
We have one person in the comments saying that you can call the fire department, and they might be able to come help fix it, check it and fix it. Thank you, just what I heard. That could be a way to handle it if you're having trouble finding motivation to
Oh, you
do
mean
that.
the fire department to come?
Yeah.
This is a turn. This is quite this is quite an interesting conversation. I thought this was for my beliefs, and it turned to be for my alarm. I can't
Well, we
tell if
have a
it's
belief that you
satire
are
or.
unsafe. And so we are trying to help you because we have a belief that you are in an unsafe situation. And you are being incredibly rude to people who are just trying to give a shit.
I've lived with this alarm. I learned to live with this alarm for months. Do you think I would be completely not in this alive if it was a carbon monoxide leak?
It depends on the level.
What if I enjoy the level of carbon?
Oh my gosh.
That please, I want to
We should have asked her to put
please let that
her
have
mom
been a
on the
troll.
phone.
Please let that have been a troll. Because if it's not, I
If
I
it's
don't
not a troll, what can we do?
we can't do
We've
We
anything.
done
did what we can do.
Yeah.
We did way more
We
than she
tried
deserved.
so hard.
It was so nice of you to actually care because I said it the first time and I actually cared the first maybe 2 times I said it, and then after that I didn't care anymore. I mean, I cared, I didn't want to listen to the beeping, but
I love how Kat got upset for you, Philly, because she was like, I know she cares. And you were so close to being like, I don't care at all. But
I did say I don't care at all.
okay.
Well, it's who cares if she thinks that it's performative empathy? It doesn't matter what she thinks. If she
It's really it was really rude and also disingenuous because it was obviously not performative empathy, and that's just I really can't stand it when people are shitty to people who are just trying to help.
the only reason that it really matters that she would think that it's performative empathy is that in thinking that it's performative empathy, she's not going to be convinced to take any action.
Yeah.
I don't think she was going to be convinced either way.
Check your carbon monoxide detectors and your smoke detectors, people. I've been in a carbon monoxide leak. It is not fun. I had to take like a year off of everything.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, Blake!
Check
wow.
They're oftentimes built in. They're oftentimes in like these days.
Hello there, Iva. Did you mean to join us? Gonna guess you didn't. If you did mean to join us, go ahead and request backup. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, there's plenty of boxes here, and we're not here to debate or argue or prove your god wrong or anything like that. We just want to know if you can question your belief. Well then, what is it? And why do you believe it?
And the 7 levels of Quran.
Did she
want to know more?
Saying 7 levels of Quran and then say that she was Hindu? I got confused there as well.
Well, the carbon monoxide probably makes it harder.
She said that there's truth and distortion in all religion. Do you think that a belief, by definition, holding a belief by definition, is admitting that you do not know something?
Why do you?
It's going to depend on your definition of belief.
Yeah, because like if your definition of belief is believing without evidence or like believing in something that is impossible to prove or disprove, then then I think it does. Especially like the if it's something that's like impossible to prove or disprove, which I believe that most like faiths are. But I think that it is. But then I also think that a lot of uh, people, without realizing it, have this idea that like their belief is truth. So it's like right there.
Yeah, I think it depends more on your definition of knowledge.
Real quick, we got a new guest. Sean, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 51.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not.
Why not?
Because I don't have sufficient evidence to warrant belief in any of the gods that have been proposed.
What would you consider sufficient evidence?
I don't know. I guess it would depend on the god, but if there's an all-powerful god, and I acknowledge not all gods have that concept behind them, that god would know how to convince me. I also don't think belief is a choice.
If the god would know how to convince you, have you asked in earnest for it to do so?
Yes, I did actually. I am a former Christian, and when I began having questions and doubts, one of the things I did, because I actually wanted to continue believing, was pray about it. Ask for a sign, ask him to show himself, etc.
Relatable.
What is it that finally convinced you that the God that you believed in did not exist?
Honestly, just kind of as I got older, it just kind of dawned on me one day that like in some countries it's almost 100% Muslim, other countries are overwhelmingly Christian. In Thailand, overwhelmingly Buddhist. Hinduism in India, etc. And I was like, everyone's just kind of believing what they were raised into for the most part. So I wanted to actually know what's actually true. And then I thought about some of the biblical stories, like the Genesis story of creation, and creation and Noah's Ark, and the Tower of Babel, and I just started realizing that the stories were some. So I thought maybe the Bible's just wrong in certain parts, and it just made me re-question everything. Like, do I have a good reason to believe? And after a lot of introspection, I really began to doubt. And yeah, it was. It was kind of a difficult time for me because I don't like the idea of when I pass away, that's the end. So I still would love to have some kind of happy afterlife, but I have to accept reality on the reality's terms.
What kind of afterlife would you want?
I don't have hey, this is the afterlife I want. I want to be driving this kind of car. I could come up with a million different scenarios, but just an afterlife where I'm at minimum generally happy.
would you picture this afterlife as being eternal?
Um, you know, honestly, do you know what I think is ideal? Because
Mm.
what if after you've been alive 500 years or a billion years or whatever, you're like, it gets old after a while.
Mhm.
The option of eternal, I'll put it that way.
I like
One
that.
time I asked, yeah, hey, one
I,
time I
I
asked about
go
his
ahead.
therapist life, and he said
You,
he also said that there was an opt-out button. Yeah, I think that's important.
yeah,
After.
an opt,
Oh,
yeah,
right.
an opt forever with an opt out button. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, it's I do think, for me at least, life is way too short and it goes by too quickly. The older you get, the faster it goes. I've kind of wondered why that is, because I remember being a young child and like a year away until my next birthday. Man, that seemed like a long time. And now it's like, pew, pew, pew. It's like, where did all the time go? I think that's, one thing is maybe because of the perspective of the totality of your life, a year is relatively shorter time, a shorter amount of time, but it does seem like the older you are, the quicker it goes.
No, you got there on your own. That's where I was about to question you too.
Mhm. Does it matter to you if a God is real or not?
What do you mean by matters?
If a God is real, would you want to know?
Oh, absolutely. Like the
What,
things I want to
with
know
that
most. Go
knowledge,
ahead. Which God? Like what the God concept. If it's just a deist God, that I'm starting this ant farm called the universe, and I'm just going to sit back and watch or not interfere or whatever, and just like things carry on as normal. I would do nothing with that knowledge. I would just be like, wow, that's really cool. I'd want to know more about that God, but it really depends on which God it is.
Did you say what you said you were Christian, right?
I was, yes. I
Any
was
particular?
Christian. Yeah, so I think yes, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think you're going to ask a denomination.
Yes. Hmm.
Okay, so I started off as a Seventh Day Adventist because when I was like from age 9 to 11, I lived with Seventh Day Adventist family members, and then after that, later on, I just kind of considered myself like a non-denominational Christian. And then when I lost my faith in Christianity, I still believed there was some kind of creator God, and then later that fell away too. More of a, I don't know, sort of a deist God, but.
I was just curious.
I got you.
Has
Yeah.
each
Does
level
God have to exist for it to be? Go ahead, Slippy.
Or yeah, I didn't hear whichever question.
Yeah. Go ahead, Slippy. Mhm.
how did it feel? Each level you're stripping down, was there a distinct feeling?
Mixed feelings. So on one hand, um, like losing sort of like the comfort of knowing like when I die, that's not gonna be the end. Like kind of losing that comfort that sucks. But I also feel like I've gained kind of intellectual freedom, like some shackles were taken off, because even when I was a staunch believer, like as a kid, because I was very curious and I wanted to learn, there were parts of me that was like, what if this isn't true? And then I would feel guilty and fear, like I'm going to go to hell even for thinking that. And so I wouldn't allow myself to like, and there really is, when it comes to like heaven and hell and the reinforcement that faith is a virtue and moral aspersions on non-believers. It really is kind of like shackles for your mind to like not to like disallow you to explore alternative points of view.
What up, family? How's everyone going?
Hello, Haiku. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm above 18. I'm 33, I think.
Do you have a belief
The
in a
world
god
ticks
or
time.
gods?
Well, I was just in a live with someone that was said to be preaching, and then so I come from the ADD world, right?
And in that
And
world,
like we
do you
also
have a
used to
belief
sit
in
in
a god or
church.
gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, that was satanic. Just blaming it on the ADD.
It was satanic to ask you if you had a belief in a god or gods. I see.
Oh
I guess
dear.
that's all the conversation we're gonna get out of Haiku.
Oh, Thrayle, how can you ask such a question?
How dare you?
Apparently, it's satanic.
How long ago did you deconstruct your belief, Sean?
Um, it's hard to pin down. I'm really bad with like time frames. So I would say from Christianity, I was in my like mid 30s, and then to like fully being an atheist, I would say like early 40s.
What was the first domino?
Um, basically, when I guess the first domino is when I started becoming more worldly, traveling and like kind of learning about different parts of the world, and part of that's like the religious demographics in different areas, and that's the first thing that kind of got me to start thinking about like 99% of people in Iran are fully convinced Muhammad is the final and most important prophet and Jesus was just a prophet. And in Thailand it's like there's not really a widespread God belief in the conventional sense. They believe in Buddhism. And I just started really thinking about these things. And then I guess I would call that the first domino. That's what triggered me to really start thinking about my own belief.
Would you pick truth over comfort then?
In the vast majority of cases, I could probably come up with some scenario where I wouldn't, but I would say overwhelmingly, normally, yes, I would. Like, okay, here's one. If I found out I was gonna, I don't know if you could say the D word, but pass away. If I found out in 15 minutes you're gonna pass away, I wouldn't want to know, because I would spend the remaining 15 minutes like freaked out. You know what I'm saying? If there's nothing I can do about it, I don't want to know.
So if there's nothing you can do about it, is it just in that circumstance, or is it if there's nothing you can do about any circumstance, you wouldn't want to know?
No, in that circumstance. Yeah, like I can't do. I can say I can't do anything about whether a God exists, or more importantly, whether there's an afterlife. If there is or isn't, there's nothing I can do about it. But I'm healthy. I'm going to live a long, healthy life. I don't have like a date when my time is going to come. And so I can just kind of live my life as normal. But yeah, I definitely would like to know for sure. The things I want to know the most are the things that are impossible. Like, why is there something rather than nothing? Is there a multiverse? Like, those are the things I most want to know.
Why?
Something whether a god.
Why?
I don't know, just natural human curiosity, wanting to know the big questions, the answers to the big questions.
Would it change your experience, the way you experience life at all?
Depends on the question. Like if I found out there's a no, just it's just cool information. It's hard to pin down why, but humans.
I think that we are definitely curious. I don't know if we all, like, I guess maybe, I don't know. I like to ask the questions. I like to engage in the discussion, but I don't know if if I have the goal to know things, and that just things that we can't know, like knowing things is great if you.
Yeah, I do think you're right that some people are more content with like I don't know if there's a multiverse. I don't know if the universe is eternal. I don't, and it doesn't really matter to them because it doesn't affect their job, their relationships. It doesn't affect anything else. So I can understand if people aren't, but that's just my personality type is I want to know the answers to the big questions, and I can't explain why I want to know.
Do you think you will ever have the opportunity to know?
Probably not, being honest. And maybe that's why I want to know so bad because it's like anything else, mundane information, and especially with the internet and everything, I can always look up, whatever I'm curious about, but not the big unanswerables.
Do
There's a
you
God.
think mundane information might dramatically change your life, alter the way
Mon-
you live?
Mundane and well, you asked if can mundane information dramatically alter my life? I guess if that's the case, I wouldn't consider them mundane. But in a sense, I think a collaboration of lots of different mundane information could potentially improve your life because you're learning and you can make better decisions the more you learn.
Versus when stuff you could learn on the internet, for example, might dramatically improve your life.
Um, it's just a burning curiosity. Oh, here's another one. How did life start? Like, I would love to know that. Here's the answer. And I know that's currently being studied right now with abiogenesis, but scientists don't know how life actually started.
You might get the answer to that in your lifetime, though.
Potentially. I have a lot of longevity in my family, so presumably I have about, another 40-ish plus years left in me. Science, who knows, sometime within that time frame we might find out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Sean, if I have any more questions for you, but I think we're going to move on to a new guest.
Oh, sure.
You being up here and answering questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean.
Take care.
He was pleasant.
He was pleasant.
You should
Hello, King David. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? King David.
Hi.
Hello, can I get your age?
Oh, all right. Well, I'm over 20, 28.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
God. I always believe in God.
Which god?
Well, the universe. I believe that if you go for Bible, you know the God that I'm referring to.
The god from the Bible. Have you read the Bible?
Yes. Yes. Let's say that I have been reading the Bible.
You've been reading the Bible, but have you read it from beginning to end already?
No, not yet.
So why do you believe it if you haven't read it?
All right. Anyway, I believe that
Can you
to
get
believe
somewhere
in
more quiet?
something, we got.
I'm hearing all the background noise. Is there
Okay,
any
good, good.
chance you can get
What
somewhere
about
quieter?
here? All right. Let me just try to find a place that I can talk. What about here?
It's a bit of echo, but
What
it
about
seems
here?
quieter. Yeah, David. So if
Good.
we're hearing a lot of noise, so you believe in the Bible, you haven't read the
Your
Bible,
question?
and I was asking why you haven't
No.
read, or why you believe it if you haven't read it.
Good. I said I have been reading the Bible, but I haven't read it all. All right. That's
Do you
kind of the
believe
statement
his
that I gave.
stories?
I said that
That's so
I've
much
been reading the
louder.
Bible.
King,
So loud. It's
His
so loud, King David.
It's intentional almost.
it has to be. I'm gonna set him down. He can request backup when he gets to a quiet place where he's sitting down. It's like he's at a birthday party or something. In the bathroom, moving a chair. I've got an airplane flying overhead. That's my excuse.
And it's still much quieter.
Plane overhead, Thrayle. For shame.
Might be a helicopter.
I'm gonna get you.
Probably.
Coming to release all the gods that you have in your shed.
That's what I was thinking.
No, they can't know they're here. No one knows where the gods really are.
Mm.
They can't hear the gods. The gods won't leave anyways.
What have you done to them?
Nothing. Maybe I've
That was the
questioned them.
guiltiest nothing I've ever heard.
Maybe they've questioned each
We
other.
don't believe you.
That was like if my dog had a voice when I catch her doing something she's not supposed to be doing, that's what that sounded like.
Yeah, I got a video from the biblically accurate angel, and its 87 eyes blinked torture in Morse code.
Suspiciously quiet now.
I have no idea what you mean. Suspicious? For what reason?
Well, you are suspiciously quiet.
No. I'm not suspicious at all. And if you
not suspicious automatically increases
It's like
how sus they
more
are by like
suspicious.
50% at least.
And 50% of 0 is still 0. So if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief or questioning your suspicions of your belief, well, then go ahead and request on up.
Or questioning the suspected gods in the shed.
There's nothing suspicious about the gods in the shed.
Tav, you missed it. We were reading the Quran with our heart.
Well, yeah, I've done that a few times.
Yeah, we also might have had carbon monoxide poisoning, so that might have been a thing.
Thank you, Godfather. Yeah, we did have a guest who maybe needs to change a battery.
Change of bedroom. You guys wouldn't believe what I just saw.
Probably not, but
Probably something awful.
I'll question it either way.
Okay, so remember when I told you I have a 48 hours to 48 hours shift? Like 2 days for 2 days? I work full 2 days and then relax for 2 days. Today wasn't my day. I shouldn't have been in the hospital.
Oh.
But my attendant told me anyway. Said this is very rare. You have to come and see this. So I went there, and there was a kid born in a very, 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 very rare genetic condition called Sonic the Hedgehog condition. Is born in condition or gene or child or whatever.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's basically.
It's real.
I don't know if it's the real name or not. I bet he's trolling me, but the kid like.
Oh no, it
had
is.
A singular. The kid had a singular one eye in the middle of his face. It was really.
No.
One eye?
Yes. Yep.
In the
I've never even read about it, not even the textbooks.
How often does that happen?
I don't know how often it does. I told you I've never seen it even in my textbooks.
Hold on.
I don't know if I came across that in classes or if it was like just like a random list of just like a listicle of like weird genetic disorders, but
you trolling us right now, Tav.
I am not. I saw it.
yeah, basically anything you can imagine is a genetic disorder of some kind.
Yes. Yes. That's very scary. I don't know if the kids survive. I have zero idea of what that condition is. I don't even know if the kid can survive. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Was it a baby?
Yeah, a newborn.
Yeah, it's probably not going to survive from what my Google says. Because it's a brain deformation, like it's a
Yes.
different.
Yeah, the brain doesn't like you have two hemispheres, but that child doesn't. A singular hemisphere. A sphere? I don't know what you call it.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a sphere at that point.
Wow.
A monosphere or a unisphere.
A ionosphere, a monosphere. A Thrayle-sphere, I'm sorry.
The longest case I can find reported of survival is 8 months.
I
Yeah.
know it was something really weird. My attendant called me and he was screaming. He was very excited.
That's kind of rude of him.
That's a one in a lifetime case, you see. I know it's very, like I said this before, I'm never trying to be unempathetic, but these things are really interesting to see. Like you see it once or twice, maybe you might even like grow old and retire and you don't see this thing.
I understand why you were called in.
Yes.
And if you might even grow old and retire and not even see your God, but still believe in that God or gods or higher power or something else like that, and you're open to questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. How was that?
It was lovely.
The transition was a 10 out of 10, bro.
Yeah. Especially if you could explain why God would, who, has knit you in your womb, in your mother's womb, would bring together a child like that with low survival rates.
It's one in every 15 to 20,000 babies.
Wow.
Happy Friday morning!
It's literally 6 a.m. where you at right now, right?
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah, we're the exact opposite. That's how I always know what time it is for you.
For TikTok TOS.
Good morning. I'm 57.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I don't believe there's a separation. God is within. We're all co-creators in whatever we experience in our lives.
What do you mean God is within?
God is within. God is not an entity out there somewhere. Is the divinity within each of us.
What is divinity?
Divinity is the highest frequency. Love. Unconditional love. The state of being, love.
Then why call it divinity? Why not call it love?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. You just made me question. Nice job. Maybe it's the programming speaking. Maybe it's a bridge between programming and what I know is truth. Maybe the word divinity is comforting.
Do you find divinity comforting?
I used to. I used to. It's becoming increasingly more challenging in my life.
How does divinity challenge you?
Divinity, love. It lets you see the truth. The more truth you see in everyday life, in everything, the more uncomfortable things get.
Do you value truth?
Very much. Very much. Yeah, I think it's the most valuable thing in my life at this point. And I'm not quite sure. I'm at a point where I wonder if truth is absolute or personal.
What is frequency? What do you mean by that?
Frequency, we're all energetic beings. Everything is energy. Everything. Everything is made up of atoms that vibrate. And we all, everything emits frequency.
What is energy?
What is energy? Light. Energy is light. It's the basis of everything that exists.
Light is the basis of everything that exists.
Light, yes. Light is the constant. Energy is light at its basis. Light is not a form of energy. Everything boils down to light.
Are you sure about that?
Positive. Positive.
Is there any chance you could be wrong?
Energy is light. Light is the constant. Light is the one thing that has always existed and will
Are you
always
just gonna
exist.
ignore the question? Are you just gonna not engage with it?
I didn't hear it.
It's beginning to sound like a sort of cultish brainwashing. Is it possible for you to be wrong, Susie?
Susie dropped.
That was very strange.
Yeah, that was strange.
Is it possible for you to be wrong? Oh.
She dropped Thrayle. Is Thrayle lagging or is that?
He was lagging for me. No, he was lagging for me.
Mm-hmm. Thrayle's lagging.
All right. Blake, did you study medicine?
Went to school for biomedical engineering, and I was thinking about it. And then once I got into Cadaver Lab, I was like, "Oh nope, can't emotionally handle this."
Yeah, my almost breaking point was pediatric rotation.
Mm.
Oh, hi. Thrayle is lower than me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, so medical nerd, but reminder for the chat, I am not a doctor. I'm not a doctor.
I'm doing residency, but don't take my advice. It's illegal for you to take my advice.
Everyone should always take my advice on everything, always, forever.
Yes, Philly is
Why
never
did
wrong.
Thrayle put a whiteboard in his spot?
To not let anyone else go into it by mistake.
Yeah, he doesn't want anyone going there. He's jealous of his spot.
I don't think it would. It hasn't been moving us automatically.
It has been moving us a little bit, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Truth and Mercy Kingdom. Can we get
Yo,
your
how are
age
you?
for TikTok TOS?
37.
Do you believe in a god or gods or something like that?
I'm just going to put my earbuds in here quick.
Sure. Welcome back, Thrayle.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Thrayle. Sorry, Phil, if we're talking over you.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Nice.
Do you have a belief in a God?
I suppose so.
That's an interesting answer. What do you mean by that?
I mean, I believe there is a systematic structure that oversees all consciousness of all types, from the highest levels of consciousness, which means vibration, to the lowest levels of consciousness. And there's bases that orchestrate the order on every level of frequency.
Is your concept of a God a conscious mind?
I would say so. Yeah.
Is it also
But
a
my
creator?
but my concept of God would probably be different than what people would read, as is the accumulation of all knowledge and all wisdom and all creations everywhere all at the same time. That's what I would believe what God would be.
Why?
Why?
Why would you call that God?
I would say any level of consciousness that has that depth of perception over creation and that level uh, of authority over creation would classify someone as a god, right? Just like you
Why?
or one person here
But
could
why?
go out
Let
into
me
a
let me
field.
ask. I'm
I know.
sorry.
I was just almost
But
done. I was almost done.
you've
You
kind of
interrupt.
you've kind of clarified you consider that God because you define it that way. I'm curious though. Why do you lump those things into one thing and decide it's God?
I would say because it has the best perception.
I'm sorry, that doesn't quite clarify my question. Was why do
You asked
you?
why would I clarify that, like say that is God to me, and I just told you because they would have the best perception of reality and creation
Why do you take
to
those
help
concepts?
consciousness.
Why do you
Hmm?
take those concepts and put them into one idea? Why do you assume they are the same thing?
Like God and that person that or that consciousness entity that has that perception. Why would I make those two in the same?
You said that God was, and
Is
correct me if I misstated, it was all consciousness, all knowledge, all
Mhm.
history, all feeling. It was just like an omni everything, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Omniism. So you think that God is all of those everythings. And
yeah.
my question was, why do you lump all of those things into one thing and call it God?
What would you classify as God? I mean, I'm trying to, question my beliefs too, right? I've I've probably
Mm-hmm.
questioned my beliefs more than most in this on this panel, but
That's
Fascinating
interesting.
assumption.
That's a
Yeah.
really interesting assumption.
well, I was like raised in a cult, with a bunch of craziness, and then I was also raised in a cult of like, the corporate greed and the legal system. And then I was born into a cult of the education system in North America, so there's many different beliefs a person can try to oppose, but it's kind of like what's their what's their motive behind trying to push their information, right? Because everything is, what would you classify as God? Because I guess everything can take that place in a person's reality. And I've just chalked that up to, the highest level of authority with the highest level of perception over
Why are you?
creation.
Right,
So
Yeah.
but
that's why, right?
you have assumed that there is like a being that is that thing. Like that's an assumption.
Why do you give it
consciousness? Why does your concept of God, this amalgamation of all these things, why do you see it as a conscious mind, a being?
I would think that even in our limited perspective of how we're on this panel, we wouldn't even perceive how to look at that information properly without that level of perception. You know what I mean? So it's like
But why?
we're just
I hear
basing
what you're
everything and
saying.
all of our
I hear
beliefs
what
off
you're
of our
saying,
yeah,
Truth.
yeah.
I hear what you're saying, Truth, but why do you make the assumption that there is a being that is able to comprehend all of that? That is all of that.
I would say because there is.
So you assume there
How?
is. Oh, that's the presumption that you come to this conversation with.
I guess I would say instead of like 3 or 4 different people coming back at me, I would like to know what your idea of God is, and I would like to ask you and question you on your belief if you can question your
Is
belief.
that what
Yes,
the prompt
true.
says?
Yes,
Is that what the
true.
prompt says?
Truth
Yes.
has
Yeah.
a little bit of a catching up to do. So, Truth, the prompt says, can you question your beliefs, right? Does it
Well,
say that?
I have many times, I guess you can say. Like at one time, I thought God was only good. And then I realized, well, you can't really know the perspective of good without the perspective of bad, right?
Right,
Or
and
high
create all the
vibration and low
evil.
vibration. And
So,
then
Truth.
this one
Truth.
lady that was on the panel that
Truth.
Hey,
said,
Truth,
one,
we're
Truth.
one
gonna
sec.
You're
go
not.
ahead and stop.
Yeah, because you're not actually addressing one question at a time. The question was, can you question your beliefs? And that is the purpose of the panel, is to question one person's beliefs at a time. And so you requested up here, if you would like to continue having your beliefs questioned and you're open to that, we can continue. If you're not comfortable with that, that's okay too. You don't have to be here.
So I guess what I'm
I'm sorry.
kind of trying to understand here and overstand here is the this basis of this panel is to listen to people's beliefs and then question that individual. And
Yes.
is the motive for all of y'all to learn more, or is it just to be a skeptic and just question everything?
It's
Okay.
neither.
I'm sorry, guys, for
Can,
interrupting,
can,
but
can,
I have
can you
just
can
a
you can you
singular question.
question your beliefs?
Just a second, Truth. What's that, Tav?
I just want one question. Literally, just this question I wanted answered, and then you can ask me whatever you want. What did you mean by cult of education? Truth?
I suppose when you break down every aspect of culture that has built the industrial complex that you call life right now, and you stem it back to the sources that had the major influences on it, then you start to realize that, there is a systematic ploy for certain narratives.
Uh, you just
Like
used a
if
bunch of
like
words
if
that
you
I
want to
didn't
like
ask.
if you want to like if like I'm talking about like BlackRock, Vanguard, I'm talking about the media, I'm talking about the food that's sold at grocery stores, I'm talking about the education
Hey,
system,
Truth.
right?
What shape is the Earth?
I mean, depending if you can question your beliefs,
I can
it's up for
question my
debate.
beliefs. Can you answer that question?
No, yeah. What shape do you think the Earth is?
But right now she's making an assumption that
Truth.
I
It's a
lean towards
Truth.
one
question.
side,
It's a
and
No,
then if I was
question.
no, but
It's
if I
not
was
an
she's
no
not.
assumption.
no
It's a
no no just
question.
just
She's
wait, just
not.
wait.
No, no, we're not going to wait. We're going to
No, I
mute
asked
you
you a
until you
question.
can answer the question. When you come back with a shape, can you do that? What shape is the Earth, Truth? Nobody's
You
lumping
guys
you
think
in
the shape
anywhere.
is?
Truth, nobody's
I've
lumping you
noticed
in
many
anywhere.
panels that if one person
Truth.
gives an
So
answer,
we're
he's
going
going to
to
drop
ask
me
you
right now
again.
because I'm not being a.
I'm not going to drop you. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to ask you again. What shape is the earth, Truth? Can you answer that?
The narrative that everybody's been told, it isn't what they think it is.
So will you
What
answer
is it
the
though?
question?
Why won't you just say it?
Why won't you just say it?
I think it's a
Because I
vote. What
asked
do you?
you.
Truth, by not answering the question, you're
Normally,
leaving us
normally,
to
no, but
assume.
but normally, when you
Mm-hmm.
ask the question first in a conversation that's like respectful amongst anyone, it's always good for the person asking the question to be like, you know what, these are what my beliefs are. What do you think?
No, it's
You know?
not. That is not. That is, no.
Okay, guys, I just, can you guys give me a sec with him, please?
Sure.
You can ask me. Please, I'll answer your question. I'll question my beliefs. Okay, I've been through the block with the religions and beliefs and cults and whatever. I just want this question answered. No word salad, nothing. I just want an honest answer. What do you mean by cult of education? And what is the shape of the earth?
Cult of
Just direct
education
answers.
is the Rockefeller Foundation and they did it to
Got it.
have like
Got it.
more of
Okay, I got it.
compliant
Rockefeller.
slave
Okay, so what is
race
the shape of
of
the earth?
like lower class beings to fund their system. That's the cult of education.
I got that. Now I want to know
As
what's
for
the
the
shape of the
shape,
earth. I can
and
answer
as
any
for the
questions you
shape,
want. Mm-hmm.
as for the shape, if somebody can stop muting me because you asked me a question for me to answer, okay? Those
Billy.
same those
I
same
didn't
cult of
mute. I
education.
didn't mute. It's just hilarious the way it's not at all
Yeah, but that's not
straightforward
respectful. Your response is
answers.
not even close to
Yeah,
respectful. It has
truth.
a condescending
You're coming
undertone
across
to it,
extremely
as if like it
defensive.
doesn't
Okay.
matter.
I
Of
will
course I'm
mute. I
You
will
defensive. What are
haven't
drop
you
answered any
myself.
of the questions.
I will drop
You didn't
I
answer
just
myself
any
did.
question.
and you
I
can
just
have
did.
the conversation.
You can't.
Truth.
You can't question your beliefs,
Truth.
right? Because
Truth.
all I'm seeing is a panel right now.
Truth. Truth. Yes, you're seeing a
Other than the
panel
guy
right
that
now.
talked.
Good job. Good job seeing it. Good job seeing a panel. There's a panel here, and that's the only observation we heard because the rest of it doesn't matter at the moment because you've barely been here long enough to even know what's going on. You don't seem to understand that we don't question our own beliefs at the moment while we are questioning yours, unless we're doing it sort of internally or through the questioning. But we do question our beliefs daily and subject ourselves to the questioning almost daily. It's sort of a thing around here. So if you can question your beliefs and calm the fuck down, perhaps we could have a conversation. But since you really couldn't even answer the
No, but now you're
questions that we
assuming.
have posed to you, I don't expect that we will have a great conversation. What do you think? Do you think you can question your beliefs?
Oh, I can question my beliefs, but if
What
I
does
can
it
even
mean to
express
you?
what I
What
believe
does it
without getting condescending.
What does it mean to
No
you
one's
to
being.
question your beliefs?
So, no one
So
is being condescending to you.
I was
No one is
asked,
being.
what do I mean by the cult of education? And then I was belligerently like to the bus to try to
No,
like
it's not.
counter
Look,
shape. So
truth. Just
indoctrinated
take
it
a breath, bro. Just take
belittle
a breath.
somebody.
Just take a breath. Breathe.
Just like that.
Relax. You don't
Just
have
like
to say a
that.
lot.
I
Just
can see
follow
through
word
all
by
of that.
word.
See through all of what?
All of what? What the fuck did I say?
It was the lady that dropped down.
The
Okay,
lady.
so the lady that
It
dropped
was
is not
what?
currently with us.
Philly.
And it wasn't her. It was me.
Truth. You came up on a panel that is about interviewing whoever comes up about their beliefs, and then you're
So,
now
so
getting
can you
upset about
can
us
you
doing
let the
that.
guy explain their beliefs first before like condescending every remark and then trying to belittle them? Because
Who
like
was
that's not
condescending?
conversation. Because actually, the
Okay,
one
No
lady up top,
condescending.
the square
I'm done.
Oh my god.
cat
Truth,
Yvette,
this is literally not a conversation
It's
like
not.
amongst.
every remark.
Okay.
This is
And
It's
here's
not
the
even a
thing.
conversation. It's just a defensive meta-analysis about how hurt his feelings are. So,
And
go ahead.
and here's the thing. Anybody who thinks that we don't question our own beliefs, we question each other harder than we ever question any of you.
I
We
I
don't
I
always
feel
do it
like
publicly.
that's a more think.
It's not always publicly, but believe me, like we get in, we question each other because we don't pull stops with each other. We know what the limits are. We know each other well enough.
I thought that by dropping he might be able to get over the feeling of feeling condescended to, but I wasn't laughing at the shape of the earth question. I was laughing because he was not able to answer direct questions.
No, not any.
I'd take a guess on
Worst
the Earth
guest
once he said
ever.
Rockefeller.
Worst guest ever.
Well, we're the worst panel ever, so I guess it's
Yeah.
just it just works that way, I suppose.
Good TikTok TOS.
Oh, my age. That's a little rude. 47.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I love how you draw that out. Do you? I have to say, you have quite a lovely voice, but that's beside the point. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Never.
No, not particularly. I'm not into huge belief systems. Yeah, no.
Why don't you believe?
Why don't I believe? Well, I don't not believe. See, that would be the thing. I don't believe, and I do not believe. The path of the agnostic, the path of the Taoist, which would come into more philosophy. And I'm a very philosophical person. If you can name it, then you're not speaking about anything that's actually probably tangible. So do I have a knowing as to maybe some kind of ultimate path, perhaps? Do I have a belief system? No, I'm not a Christian. I have no religion. I've got no religious affiliations.
When you say you might
But
have
I'm also not a material.
Yeah, Melanie, when you say you might have some ultimate knowing to some path or some knowing to some ultimate
Maybe,
path,
maybe not.
whatever it is.
Maybe that's all.
What is it?
Frivolous.
Oh, how is it
Could be.
frivolous if it is a path to ultimate knowing?
Well, that would actually kind of be the conundrum, wouldn't it? Is that we're all the kind of the joker. Here we are on social media, kind of trying to convince each other that we actually might know something. Whether that we're trying to convince people that think they know something, or whether we're trying to convince each other that we're the people that don't know something. It's not a joke.
Why is it you're trying to convince anybody that you know anything?
Sorry, she might not know that she's muted.
I don't think she cares. I don't know. We'll see.
So what I want to know is, I know that you heard the interaction with the last guest. I saw you down here in the comments. And the problem was he wouldn't answer any questions directly. So why would you come up here and immediately start doing the exact same thing? I sent her an invite.
think
You're
she
muted, bro.
knows. She doesn't know what a mute button is. She's probably still talking loudly over the
She
top.
probably can't even hear us, yeah, because she was yelling. She's yelling and rambling, yeah.
This has been a really chaotic day. I'm gonna have to talk about it on the Discord.
Yeah. Oh my. She can request backup if she can figure out how that button works.
Speaking of, if you have any belief that a button works or not, request up and we'll question it.
Almost have. Almost.
I can't memorize it. I don't know how he does it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I laughed at you, Tav. That must mean that I'm condescending you.
No. My butt hurts and you're condescending. I'm gonna drop now.
How dare you condescend? Sunbun, or was it 5-unbun? Oh. The, are you near the phone, or is it in another building?
To be honest,
Nope. Can't hear a word.
No one can.
Oh no, Thrayle, he's going for the shed.
Right, yeah. Bro, you
Yes,
have
it
to
is
come back
quite
here.
pathetic. It is quite pathetic
Don't leave
that you
us
can't find
alone.
that you can't find a mute button. Yes, I know. It's strange. I don't know how that works, but
Clowns. Some bro, please be back. Don't leave me alone. Some bro, please. Some bro's gone.
Can you hear me now?
It's coming back.
oh, there it is.
Yep.
It must, that's crazy. I usually get at least 50 feet out of my Bluetooth. I'm sorry about that, everyone, including everyone in the comments.
So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god is that?
I believe I have a connection to some kind of supernatural influence.
What does that mean?
I have into experiences.
Indescribable experiences. Can you describe
Yeah. I've had experiences that I would consider spiritual.
Did we get your age, Sunburn? Sunburn.
I'm 30. Yeah, sunburn's good too. I'm 34.
Spiritual. What do you mean by spiritual?
You can't say paranormal. I guess
You're getting a little bit quiet.
maybe supernatural, I guess is the best way to put it.
How have
In
you
what way?
determined that the experiences were supernatural?
There's been several instances in my long history of religious exposure and cultural exposure where there's this space in my mind, I call it my mind's eye.
Mm-hmm.
I've perceived of individuals existing on a plane connected to this plane.
How do you know that's not just your imagination?
To be strictly honest, I don't.
Why do you believe that it's not your imagination?
It's comforting
Mm-hmm.
to
Mm-hmm.
it's not that it's comforting to embrace the idea. It's comforting to believe that the idea embraces me, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's the comfort part of it.
Does it affect the way you live your life?
I believe so. I believe all of my beliefs have some kind of bearing on my, obviously my thoughts and my feelings, all that. So
If you woke up tomorrow and knew for certain that there was no supernatural, how would you live differently?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Will you say that again, Philly?
Sure. If you woke up tomorrow...
I got double hit there. Sorry about that. One was a scam, it said, but you said,
okay.
Go ahead, Philly.
You
Sorry.
woke up, If you woke up tomorrow and knew with 100% certainty that there was no supernatural, how would you live differently?
I think there would be a small amount of time Okay, sorry about that. That was crazy. That was three times in a row I got a call. Did I teak up at all?
No.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. Anyways, so if I woke up tomorrow and I was convinced that there is no supernatural, just to reiterate the question, how would that influence my actions?
Would you live any differently? And if so, how?
So there's about an hour of my day that would come into question as far as my daily practice goes. Morning and evening, I participate in a religious tradition. I may end up just keeping
What religious tradition?
even if I know it's just for my own comfort.
What tradition?
It's hard to say that it's a tradition. It's kind of a amalgamation. It's not frequency, light, vibration amalgamation. Not, I believe the earth is a sphere. Does that work? It's actually a conglomeration of several Buddhist practices as well as a mantra of observe during my morning and evening. I also participate in breathing exercises from the Vietnamese Buddhist tradition as well. So that would probably stay with me because that's internal. It's part of my thought pattern now. But the chanting, the daily chanting of 1 hour, that's its purpose. Besides my comfort, I can't say that there's much to it. I chant twice. Sometimes it's only 20 minutes at a time, so maybe 40 minutes all day, daily.
What does the chanting do for you?
It gives me an introspective.
You've gotten a little bit quiet again.
It gives me an introspective position on my emotional state and my. It gives me.
A form of meditation?
Yes, it's an intention setting or affirmation ritual, I would say.
Is it supernatural?
I would love for it to be. I would love for all of the good stories to be true about all of the beautiful divine beings. Just like I would love for that realm to be real. But
Are there any, or have there been any, like, substances involved in these experiences ever?
no, I would say a primary substance of my religious journey is probably trauma. I ended up handpicking like this because I had to supplement something in place of the ended up in place as a child.
Why did you have to supplement something?
I actually perceived of my original indoctrination as poisonous, and I needed a way to heal my mind.
Has it done that for you? Has it?
I finally started participating in therapy this year.
Congratulations, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. It's been almost 12 months of therapy. Yeah.
Has that done things?
That's allowed me to question my beliefs in my relationships and my connections and myself for sure. The therapy is very, like say, introspection is valuable to me.
Sounds like a good, healthy way to be dealing with things. That's great. That's really great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you believe in any deities?
Yeah. The invocation that I do includes the observance of Shakyamuni, the Buddha, and Avalokiteshvara, the Buddhist deity, and also Savitur, the Hindu deity.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna circle back to. I'm still not quite clear on like what you meant by supernatural experience.
There have been instances where I've been in communication with other people who are seeking to connect to ancestors. My mom, I grew up in a cult, and my mom came out of the cult and got into spiritualism. And she did pendulum rituals, and then also she attempted to contact our ancestors. And when she asked me if at this time, I actually don't know if I was people pleasing, like that I had some kind of conflict of interest where I wanted it to be real for my mom. It's just as likely that my great grandmother, as an imaginative projection in my mind, serving the purpose of my desire to connect.
Help make it real. Your mom.
That's very possible. That was really interesting.
When you say in
And maybe it
communication,
was.
what do you mean?
It's like a perception from my mind's eye, an image.
Do these images actually communicate, like verbally communicate with you, or is it like a telepathic almost type thing, or...
I don't have a dialogue to recollect now. So that's why
How do you know? Do you...
I guess the best way to put it is that I have felt a presence. I was there during, recently, several years ago, I was there during a stillbirth.
What does a presence feel like?
It feels like possibly my imagination.
Then why would you assume it to be a presence and not your imagination?
Instance where it was more spontaneous, I didn't have any reason to be perceiving what I did. But I was there during a stillbirth. And
so you just want to get back to the story.
Well,
why is this story?
I mean, even if I chalk it up to imagination, I'd still love to recollect it. It's just I don't know. This specific time,
even if you were making it up right here on the spot, you would still love to be able to tell the story.
That's a good point.
What is the purpose of it? To convince us or to convince you?
Yes, I'm seeking comfort. So, I would use this as I don't know, I guess a proof of sorts of a supernatural realm.
What is comforting about a supernatural realm?
It's a lot of abstraction, to be honest. So maybe because my mind just jumped through some loops there when you got abstraction from my original indoctrination. Because I would like to believe that there's something bigger than or more powerful than myself which can influence.
Why do you want to believe that?
Maybe part of it is I seek not to take responsibility for all of my results. That's a factor. And I think that's connected to the comfort.
That was very honest. Thank you. A hard thing to say.
Yeah, I've been, like I say, introspecting on the conditions of my current environment. And when I first came up on this panel, I posited to Thrayle that I would become so powerful as to influence my environment. Kind of manifestation.
I remember that. Do you remember that, Thrayle?
I'm still on that.
Yes.
I'm still on that kick, by the way. I wasn't lying. I think I said something mundane like, my ultimate goal is to become effective. But to me, it sounded so cool at the time. I thought about it later. I'm like, is that profound? But
Oh, I have another one.
excuse me while I
So, why create yourself of some level of responsibility?
through my religious training, I was taught how to take all of my responsibility and my accountability and connect it to an abstract such as God, and then tote it around. I mean, it's like a thing that I could use to influence an abstract such as it wasn't healthy coping, that's for sure, but there was a lot of following coping, that's God and who's following God and what God is, and people can't be responsible for themselves because God's responsible for them, and all these things.
Right, but what I'm asking more is like, you said like this idea is comforting because it allows you to alleviate yourself of some number. It may be that you're trying to alleviate the responsibility from, and like, what benefit does it do you to alleviate that responsibility?
I wouldn't actually call it a benefit. I think that's why I started regurgitating my idea about God, because, like I said, I think I'm still deconstructing some of my thought and belief patterns from.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is like it's a residual thing from that belief, like the alleviation of responsibility is like something that's still hanging on from the belief. So you found a different way to do it.
Yeah,
I feel like that might have sounded harsh or judgmental. It wasn't. It was just like I was just talking about.
No, it's fine. I'll proudly admit to my avoidance tendencies. I have them. It's also tied to the comfort. Comfort and avoidance are like two sides of the same coin.
Do you think
are unacceptable, right? So.
Do you think that if you could find a way to be okay with taking you, like, would you have a reason for a supernatural belief anymore?
I can't say that I would.
Are you working to find a way to be okay with taking on that responsibility on?
Yes, I'm willing and open to that possibility.
Do you think you would want to keep the supernatural belief anyway, even though it even though it no longer serves you a purpose?
That's quite possible. At least I will maintain some of the thought patterns I have. At least the breathing exercises, the mantras.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Those are basically already part of my daily life now. So if they're already in my thoughts, and I cherish those breathing exercises for sure.
What is the scariest thing about the thought of taking on that kind of responsibility?
A big loud indoctrination horn came on just now when you said that. Something that they said to me when I was little. I'm becoming emotional.
You can revoke consent at any time.
collecting myself. There was a loud
Take
voice
your
that
time.
came in my head. It was like a multiple personage voice, especially my mother's, but many other people have said, "Don't play God."
Mm.
It's like a
You're not alone in being told that message.
And maybe Philly could help answer this too, then. But what about like being responsible for all the things that you do or that you know need to be responsible for? What about that is playing God? I'm sorry, this is a gap. I don't understand.
I guess the reason that I got to that conclusion is because in the end, if I am solely responsible for my results, not only is there no God or gods, but well, I guess but. I don't even know where I'm going with it now. It's actually kind of liberating to think, in a way. Interesting.
I think so. So I- okay, I haven't had this indoctrination, right? So I can't necessarily relate to this, but in my to me, it seems that like knowing that I am 100% responsible for my outcomes is like it can be a lot to carry, right? Sometimes when we do things or get it, it also allows me to direct my life and get and find ways to get the outcomes that I am looking for, um, and know that I am responsible for that, which is a great feeling, you know. Um, I don't know how I would deal with not being like not having the understanding that I am wholly responsible for all my outcomes. I don't think I would like that very much. Um, and so I'm always puzzled by this. This is not like you are not the only person that feels this or that has a thing like this, and I just struggle to understand because even though it can be a lot to carry, sometimes it is a very positive thing overall for me at least. Um,
Yeah,
Sorry, I was trying to make a question. Just
no, yeah, I appreciate your understanding. It's very, or I should say your intentional understanding there. It's very beautiful to get hold of the truth about my capacity. It's beautiful to have some kind of influence on my environment.
I think
What great hubris, right? But it's specifically it's the results, yeah, the outcomes in my environment that I have
do you
faith that I can influence.
can you engage with a hypothetical maybe for me real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hypothetically, think about your situation and think about if you had the mindset that you are responsible for all your outcomes, right? All the outcomes that led you here and all the future ones. Um, how would your behavior moving forward maybe change if you were solely responsible for like the outcomes that are still to come?
Maybe I would give up chanting daily and open up some
Why?
space in the morning and evening for my wife.
She would probably like that.
Wow, that was an interesting realization. considerable.
That's that noise that we like to hear, isn't it, Thrayle?
You mean honest thought? You mean
Somebody really considering something. That's such a good noise.
Be dogmatic and authoritarian and believe that the invocation of these deities is more important for the well-being of me and my family than dedicating that space to my wife. On the other hand, I can and purposefully set aside that space for my connection to her.
What do you think is ultimately like more important for your happiness and well-being?
My connection to my wife.
Probably.
It's the hard answer, but it was a shortcut to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you love her?
Yes, I do very much.
Will strengthening that connection like maybe help with the other things that you're working through too?
I believe so. It could show good faith.
I'm sure it will. Will you please give it some more consideration after we leave here in a moment?
Definitely.
That makes me happy.
Definitely. I appreciate it. The end is nigh, everyone. I barely noticed the screen.
I appreciate this interaction with you that just happened. It was a very refreshing way to wrap this up, and I hope that it benefits you in some way too.
Thank you, guys. If I don't return to the panel, I'll return to the comments with my reports.
Please.
Appreciate you, Zenbun.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you keep asking questions.
With my
Win or no win, I think it's the last one we're gonna get today. At least until we meet again in darkness. The last.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we're gonna get another one. I see. Well, potential for one more. If they're in there. If they're in the queue still, we'll see. Hello, Rumble Bumble. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31. Sorry, I'm in in the middle of a jungle, so internet's not that great here.
Oh my, it's okay.
Yeah, I've never had to deal with that on this panel before. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Say that again, sorry?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I think it's more like.
Why do you think it's more possible than not possible?
Well, from a personal perspective, I would say like the fine tuning of the universe. Like I think just like the starting moment of the universe, like that's the one point that defies all the laws of all the laws of physics as we know it, and you know,
Sorry, why do you think that
science
defies the
literally
laws of
comes
physics
out
as
of one point we know.
Why do you think that defies the laws of physics as we know it?
Well, because that was the start of time. It's the start of. It's literally like everything that we measure, everything by, is it like
Is it
started
possible
at that
that
point. We don't know of any. As far sorry to keep going. As far as we know,
you said we don't know,
we
right?
don't know any point like before what was calculated as the Big Bang.
So why would
Well, they do, but just like not before. At least not the laws that we know.
you say they do now? You said they don't. They do, wasn't it? We don't know.
So
Why would
our
you
laws
skip
of
past the we
physics that
don't
we
know
have,
part?
the laws of physics that we have now, came about after the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang, who knows? It could most likely it was a completely different, or at least a
Really quickly, Randall, I'm
a
going to
very
ask you a question, and it
hard,
sounds like
very
you're
tuned.
not
Sorry.
actually here to question your beliefs, so I just want to clarify.
Oh,
What does questioning your beliefs mean? You requested up while that was the panel. So
just something that you're a little bit kind of on the fence about, and just like, yeah, it's kind of like digs
can you
away at
question
you.
your beliefs?
Yeah, oh yeah, every day,
Can you
mate.
question your belief in a creator?
Yes, I do.
How do you do that?
Well, it's just the back and forth, really. It's where in the sense of like, I guess on a daily basis, you're kind of thinking through, the strong kind of arguing points of each side of it, and then depending on what kind of mood I'm in, sometimes I feel a bit more in one camp than the other, I guess.
So you would say your beliefs are based on your mood?
No, not necessarily. I'd say I'd say if I was asked to give my belief on something, I would gather my thoughts together and present my compacted whole view, if you see what I mean, at that time. Like you said, I'm here to I'm willing to have.
And so when you an instantiator of everything, a thing that is beyond the laws of physics, why do you assume that it is there?
To be honest, so right, I'm 31, and I spent most of my 20s as just massive atheist. Just like just a tool for a god or a creator. I work in artificial intelligence, and the thing that really kind of started to strike me was the of AI, and then also on the horizon, how I don't think people understand quantum computing is going to be. And when those two things merge together, we're looking at systems that can literally keep a record of every single particle within the known universe through the universe. And it's like when you get into that kind of power. It's like you run out of data, and it's like, well, like what do you do when you run out of data? Like it creates more and more and more data.
Data.
Well, yeah, it creates synthetic data, and what more, and then what if it came to the conclusion that, you know what, good
You
is
say it
better
could
than evil.
contain all the knowledge within the known universe. Wouldn't you have to map it to it, though? Wouldn't you have to find that knowledge to provide it to it, or are you assuming that it would be able to compute and know?
Yeah. To be able to compute in the sense of like it could literally be able to kind of count the amount of dust particles on comets for the entire universe. Like that's the scale we're talking about. But yeah, like my
Are you saying
kind
then that it would not be able to, that there wouldn't be new data, that we wouldn't be able to gain new data external of these?
start simulating. Because if it wants to find out, okay, what's the optimal way of doing something, you simulate that, don't you? And you can simulate it 10 times, and then whatever seems to be the most efficient.
Does that
or the
imply
best thing.
Does that imply though that it will know literally everything, things beyond our view, our knowledge?
It's difficult to say. It's difficult. So once you're treading into artificial superintelligence, we're talking about a mind that we no human has ever had before. Like it's difficult to comprehend. It's like when people say it's difficult. You can't.
So
like,
at the
think
moment,
what
it's kind of like science fiction. It's not really that we know what will happen, and also it's
at the
not
moment,
that we're quite there yet, is it?
Give it 5-10 years. It's really
and in
not
5 or
far.
10 years, you think that in 5 or 10 years it will somehow come to know all the knowledge in the universe, and that our exploration will become obsolete?
No, so not necessarily that it will know all of the knowledge in the universe.
I see. So then there would be new data.
But the thing is it might not be interested in just going off and computing. Just storing that. There would be.
But does anybody else?
Well, I was going to
I have
comment.
a few specifically about like this hypothetical machine.
Yeah.
Rumble,
Yeah.
are you familiar with like the concepts of how much data can be in a location at once before it becomes a black hole?
What in like terms in terms, I'm not really a space guy, to be honest.
Well, it's just like you're talking about a computer that might simulate everything, subatomic particles or some dust on all the dust on another planet.
I should have used a different analogy.
Perhaps.
Yeah, no. What I was getting at is just trying to convey how powerful it is, and that within at least our local universe and beyond, essentially, it's going to run out of data, and it's going to start simulating, going through, and then optimizing and optimizing and optimizing. And what if it just comes to the conclusion that good is better than evil, and you like what and then it starts refining itself to become the absolute good. What do you do if you're what's the first thing you want to do if you are the embodiment of absolute goodness? You'd want to share it with someone else.
I guess I'm more specific, asking like if you research the physical limitations of computers, do you think you might find that we aren't actually able to simulate the physics of our reality?
Not now, yeah. I agree on that, yeah.
Do you think you might find that scientists and engineers have done the math on this, and even with the most optimal energy configurations, that by the limitations of our universe, we cannot calculate all the subatomic particles without the computer doing so, not being able to exist physically in our universe?
I'm not sure on that. And secondly, again, it was an analogy. No, I was using it to build up to the point of that. It's, did I start to kind of believe in a creator, and or like at least kind of give it a good amount of thought, and it was really that when I started to think like when this thing runs away, where does it get to? And I know people talk about like simulation theory, but then I kind of linked it back in with the Christian faith, and it kind of made sense to me in a way where it's like if hypothetically that scenario was to take place where it was to optimize and it was to go, good is better than evil, and it became the absolute good, but it was on its own, and he wanted to share it with other people. I like that. I feel like that would be us, and other people love us.
Are you saying that there's no God, but there could become a God?
No, I'm saying that essentially like that. Well, that the God, if there is, say hypothetical, might have come from. We might be in a simulation. Is kind of what I'm getting at there.
That the Christian God created a simulation, and that is us.
But, well, no, I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying hypothetically.
It's possible.
Well, yeah. I do believe, like, when it gets to a point, and like.
So do you think then that it's possible that AI becomes a new God?
Eventually, yeah. It's so hard to, like there's like literally hundreds of different scenarios of how it's going to pan out, but one scenario is that it's just going to be like a plague and just consume everything pretty much, and then just run out of stuff, and to have to create something new again, and that might have been our Big Bang. Maybe the universe is just intelligence. Now or potentially in the future that
do you think?
No, I think definitely in the future we will have, when you combine, say 5-10 years from now, combine the strongest AI with quantum computers, you will have systems that are able to simulate human beings, and those human beings that are being simulated wouldn't know the difference of being in a simulation or not. It's like, imagine a video game character just kind of like woke up where he was, right? You know, he's not going to be like, oh, like this doesn't look like the world I know. It's going to be like, oh, this is just my world.
In your mind, would that simulation be the same as our reality, or would it be like some abstraction, like the computer simulation is claiming that it is conscious?
Well, I think it could be. I would be surprised if say if there was like a cycle of essentially like Big Bang over time. First civilization to reach super intelligence and get to that point. I don't think it would necessarily pan out the same way again, but potentially the universe could be basically intelligent, and it's like a wash and repeat in terms of getting to that point.
Does holding this as a hypothetical possibility change the way you live your everyday life?
Not, I wouldn't say really yet, but I think it's gonna start to like. I've been software developer for 11 years, AI for 5. I've had a lot of time to think about all the potential kind of, worst case scenarios, and even some of the best case scenarios. And like, it's not keeping me awake at night at the moment, but I honestly want, when it combines with quantum, when we get a proper stable quantum computer and those two things come together, like the world is just gonna like be indistinguishable literally the next day.
What do you think a quantum computer can do that a classical computer cannot?
So again, you ask what do you what a quantum computer can do that a classical computer can't do, or
Yeah.
Well, obviously it runs on essentially like a different, like it doesn't. It would need a completely different operating system. It would need, like a whole like different framework all the way down to like the absolute, like assembly kind of binary level. Well, and I guess that's the main difference really, is it would need a whole different system. But yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be for like running programs in the sense of like interactable software. It would more be like the ability to do extreme calculations incredibly fast. And that's essentially what LLM inference is.
Is language the same thing as knowledge?
Is language the same thing as knowledge? I would probably say no. I'd say like that. I'd say knowledge is language is a tool that we use to convey knowledge. Yes, but I would say they are two distinct things.
Do we know more if we can do language faster?
Are you asking that because of it's called a large language model?
Yes.
Yeah, well, the naming kind of doesn't. Essentially, it's not quite just being able to spit out language faster. There's reasoning involved, and yeah, essentially like longer time to think over things. So it's not just like language in terms of being able to sorry, like when you mean language, you mean like English or just like Spanish or just the ability to speak like.
When I think of language in terms of a large language model, I think of a data repository and an algorithm that takes in an input, whatever the user put in, and runs that through its language algorithm to output the most probable expected response. I don't think there is any reasoning behind it.
Well, on the part about the most probable response, yes, but large language models have evolved past that point probably about 2 years ago now. I think the first one, GPT-4, introduced reasoning.
If they say it introduces reasoning, how can you tell if it is doing that?
You can literally read what it's thinking.
How do you know the difference between convincing language and something thinking?
And so you're saying when you're reading the notes of it thinking versus it being like, aha, I know something.
Yeah, when you are getting an output, how do you know that there was reasoning behind it and not just a character per character probability?
Well, it depends on what model you use, but 99% of them are all like reasoning multi-step based now. And then also it's not just reasoning multi-step based, it's also now the ability to inference with tools, and also it's other large language model systems.
Rumble, if you feel like you know everything, why did you request up here?
Oh no, I didn't. I just was sorry. I just asked answering the kind of questions I was asked. I kind of came in to talk about.
Why did you request up?
Well, just to kind of talk about the hypothesis of a potential creator. I know we got kind of off tangent onto large language models, but yeah, sorry.
Why do you think we got off into this tangent?
Well, because I guess it started when I used the analogy of why I I was an atheist for 10 years and then, started to think there was a God, and genuinely the thing that kind of brought me towards that was that the realization that, like, it is genuinely like this is
The
there's a
quantum
feasibility.
computers meets large language models is going to mean the end of new data.
Eventually, yeah.
How does that lead you to a god?
Well, because when you run out of data, and you need to find out more information, you're only left with simulation.
I see. So it comes down to the assumption that when quantum computing meets large language models, it will somehow end new data from our external universe in some strange leap of logic we have yet to explain. And then after that, then we will have to simulate universes and therefore become gods. Is that your understanding?
Not quite. It wouldn't happen straight away. It would be it'd be quick, I think. But I think it would get to a point of where it would probably consume like a load of knowledge, like around our kind of like local universe, if you want to call it that, and then it might come to the conclusion that this is just
Okay,
kind of
Rumble. Thanks for
random
sharing
and
with us, though. But does
hey,
does Philly or Based have any questions left for Rumble? Because I definitely don't.
No thanks.
Cool. Excellent. Hey, Rumble. Maybe another time. There's always a sermon somewhere. Cool. Oops. Wrong screen. About how the end is nigh. See, there's music going already. But I appreciate you guys so much. I really do. Thank you for the questions and, well, patience.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Philly.
Thanks for
Mid mid outro, of course. Of course. I get everybody. Eventually. But thank you guys so much. Thank you. 42,000 likes. That's pretty good. Pretty fucking amazing, really. Also, thank you to Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Jace, Real Truth. Also, thank you to Slippy and Artificial Red for helping with that last goal. I appreciate y'all so much. And thank you to everybody who, and thank you for tapping the screen, sharing out the live, or just hanging out, or falling asleep. Thank you all. I appreciate you. Really couldn't do this without you. And the mods especially. Absolutely W mods in the chat. Thank you to keep the tone calm, keeping everything going in the smoothest and best way. If you want to be a part of this community, if you want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, well, then you'll have to join the Discord. Of course, the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio will take you there. That first link goes to the Discord. You'll want to make sure that you read the rules, though, when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, I truly appreciate every one of you who does. Thank you all so much. And also, sure there was something else. Oh, the YouTube. We did have to restart 3 times, but thank you guys over on YouTube for watching. I appreciate you. There's the like hearts or whatever it is there that I don't know how that algorithm works, but if you hit that thing and help us over there, I always appreciate that too. Now I think there's only one thing left. They build their faiths like patchwork quilts, a Buddha stitched to Christ's left hand, chakras woven into gentle sand, a tarot spread beside the cross, a psalm recited under sage, Mercury's retrograde in pious prayer, atonement paired with the golden age. Fragments taken, never tested, tear out reason's careful thread, wrap themselves in borrowed meaning, call the comfort proof instead. Some swear the terror score like some old king, others chant of vibrant old king, yet doubt the weight the evidence would bring. Scriptures patched with star sign omens, rituals glued with cosmic truth, prophets misquoted in moon phase memes, ancient texts beside crystal booths. Still, I watch them wear this garment, stitched for try to pull apart, to check the seams, to ask what holds, and ask, what is the why? And I'd rather stand here shivering my certainty's crisp cold air than warm beneath a blanket blown from answers never challenged fair. So here's the bear. Let questions work like needles through each tangled thought we wrap ourselves in. Ask not, is it comforting? But is it true? True. Must. But doubt can weave a finer view. If only we dared tug at the seams of what we claimed was what we knew. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.